Okay, good morning. This is the special open meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission to talk about wildfire mitigation and utility preparedness. It is Wednesday, September 3 at 9:30, and we'll go ahead and get started. We have our council today online. Ms. Lecoq, can you please call the roll?
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Commissioner Nybert.
Present.
Commissioner O'Connell.
And I'll note that Commissioner O'Connell is still in a SPP related meeting as part of his duties as the Regional States Committee President. And so he'll be coming down here shortly.
Okay. And Commissioner Aguilera.
Present.
And you have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we have an agenda before us today. Commissioner Nybert, I did receive a request to revise the title of item 5. It's currently Public Safety Power Shutoff Tools and Wildfire Response Applications. So changing that to decision-making tools for grid hardening and wildfire resilience. That's the only change I would have to the agenda. Yeah, and we could also add some of the names of the presenters. So we have for the New Mexico Rural Electric Cooperative Association, we have Curtis Hartenstein from Tri-State, Joseph Sanchez from Jemez Mountain Electric Cooperative, Mario Romero from Otero Electric Cooperative, and Les Montoya from Morrison Miguel.
I'd move to approve the agenda with those changes.
Okay, and so I'll second that, and we'll go ahead and just take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, nobody opposed. So, well, good morning, and once again, thank you so much for filling up this room for this wildfire preparedness workshop. I keep wondering when people are going to start to dwindle away, and sure enough, people keep coming. I think that it just goes to show how important this topic is, and really appreciate your participation here. Turn it over to you, Commissioner Iber, in case you have any opening remarks. If not, we can, well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just also would like to extend my appreciation to everyone who's participated in the series. Many familiar faces we've seen not only in Mescalero, but elsewhere as we conduct these workshops. And really want to thank Mac Lee for all the work that he's done in preparing for these workshops, and all the work that he has done in preparing us for dealing with this very important topic. So thank you, Mac Lee.
And so to this point, we've had a couple of workshops already, and we've discussed pieces of legislation, reasons for the public safety power shutoffs, and we're going to discuss today some grid hardening and operational resilience measures. And I know some of this we've talked about already, and so really trying to not make this repetitive, but also trying to hit on the key areas that we need to focus on. Another topic of discussion for today is rights of way and working with state, federal, and tribal lands, and also opportunities for funding opportunities, whether it be state or federal. So I think we have a good program today, and thank you in advance to all the presenters. And then we'll just go ahead and get started with the first presentation, which is a joint presentation by the utilities. And this is a discussion on grid hardening and operational resilience. So I would invite the utilities presenters to come up, and please also introduce yourselves.
I'm Kyle Ingham with SPS out of Amarillo. Good to be back in front of you guys today. We really appreciate the opportunity to work with the other utilities as well as work with commission staff. It's been an absolute pleasure working with Mac Lee in the development of these 3 series of presentations. It's been a very interesting process when you start at the top of the funnel and you start to get to the bottom of the funnel as we work through the concepts that we've gone over through the 3 different sessions. As you said, today we'll be talking about grid hardening and we'll be talking about vegetation management. And we have really, really good experts from all 3 of the utilities that are going to be working with you today. I'll let them do the introductions as they work through the different sessions. But as you remember from our previous presentation, when we did the joint presentation, we're doing information and we'll be providing a basic background on what has been the traditional approach within the industry. We'll be presenting the information that is evolving and what's coming about in recent times. And then each utility will do about 5 minutes on what they're doing that may be different than the industry standard. So, and at the end, we went ahead and put together a list of 5 recommendations that come out of not just today, but also the previous 2. So if somebody were to ask us, what do the utilities think could help us in wildfire in general across the state of New Mexico, those are the 5 recommendations. So at this point, I will turn it over to the core information on the grid hardening.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is. Thank you for the coaching. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Paul McGregor. I am the Vice President of Wildfire Risk Management for Xcel Energy. Thank you for having me in person. I know I've spoken to you folks remote for the last couple of workshops, so thank you for hosting me in person today. I've been with Xcel Energy for 1 year now. Xcel Energy obviously covers 8 states. So we have a lot of business in the north under Northern States Power, the Public Service of Colorado, and Southwestern Public Service, which covers Texas and New Mexico. Obviously, your interest is New Mexico. I'm here with my colleagues from the other utilities that serve the New Mexico area and want to present to you an overview of what options are available to us in the form of system hardening and what we are doing at SPS. And then I'll pass over to my colleagues and they can present some of the options there. So we do have a slide deck. I'm not sure if it's projecting behind me. It is not projecting in front of me, so I'll trust that you guys have that. The first slide that I want to go to is called grid hardening. And I want you to think about this as when you go to that restaurant and there's a menu in front of you and you can pick what you want from that menu. And that menu is going to be tailored to your dietary needs and your hunger at that particular time. So it's the same when it comes to grid hardening. Do we have that? Yes, we do. That's great. It's the same when it comes to grid hardening opportunities. So what you have here is a portfolio of options. And what I want to do is walk through these. There is not one size fits all, commissioners. It's obviously going to be tailored to the particular the specifics of a locational area, the topography, and actually the infrastructure that's already in place. So again, when we're looking at this, our overall objective is really to reduce failures and ignitions that are associated with those failures that could lead to a catastrophic wildfire. So that's what we're doing. So there is a safety benefit as well as a reliability benefit for performing these system hardening activities. To start with, we're looking at overhead facility and inspection and repair. So that's when we go out, we have a look at them. In days gone by, all of that was done from the ground looking up. We're now looking at technologies that can involve things like drones to look down and get that overhead view or a 360 view of those assets, and then performing repairs as necessary. Some of those repairs may include pole replacement or reinforcement. Not all poles need to be replaced. We do see poles failing at ground level because of moisture. And as a result, we can perform repair techniques such as trussing, as we call it, where we basically put a sleeve around it and extend the life of that pole. In addition, we're looking at conductor replacement programs. And when we talk about conductor replacement, we're looking at these conductors that are known to fail, tend to be older conductors, smaller gauge conductors made from copper, things like that, that were put in place, the 1930s, the 1940s, that have exceeded their useful life and become more brittle. So we'd be replacing that with an ACSR type conductor, which is better strength, bigger gauge. In addition, we're looking at the replacement of expulsion type devices. So this is protections devices on our systems. Those protection devices don't necessarily failing, but when they operate, they can eject particles. Those particles can create ignitions. So we're looking at programs that would replace that non-expulsion operation mode and contain any particulate or any ignition sources. As we move on to our suite, we can look at options including covered conductor. That's when you actually have an insulated sleeve on the overhead conductor. Some utilities have found this to be very successful. For example, Southern California Edison, for its topography and its equipment, have found this to be a very good program. They've deployed some 6,000 miles of covered conductor on their distribution system. But again, not one size fits all. Undergrounding is another potential solution. To look at California once again, Pacific Gas and Electric has undergone or is in the process of undergoing a 10,000-mile conversion from overhead to underground. Again, for them, that works because of the trees and the topography and the terrain that they're dealing with. So again, not one size fits all. Undergrounding is expensive, so we're going to explore that in a targeted approach. Other opportunities are distribution system protection improvements. That gives us the opportunity to remote control some of our protection devices on the system, as well as being able to sectionalize sections of the grid if we needed to de-energize, for example, for a PSPS event. So again, allows faster response and faster operation of our system, which gives us both the safety and the reliability benefits. Looking at strategy selection, and this is where it's going to become very, very personal to each of the utilities and each of the municipalities and co-ops that are residing that operate the particular grid. So performing that risk assessment to understand where that risk resides in what I would call elevated and extreme conditions. Looking at the effectiveness of a particular mitigation. Like we said before, some system hardening methods are going to be better fits for different topographies and different asset classes. And then ultimately, if assessing some kind of cost-benefit ratio, what have we done to reduce risk and how much did that cost? And how does that look across the portfolio of options for us? As far as metrics and reporting, there are a number that we can look at. There's traditional utility metrics such as SAIDI and SAFE, which look at the effectiveness and the reliability of our system. Because these are safety related, we may see improvements on that reliability side as well. In addition, there are going to be new metrics that we create because of the technologies that we're deploying, such as the early capture of ignitions using artificial intelligence cameras, etc. So again, there's a number of options open to us there. But at the end of the day, and that's the last point on this slide, I want to point out that there are differences in our utility service territories. So the solutions offered by the utilities are going to be very much tailored to their particular service areas and again, the equipment that's in place already. So moving on to the next slide, please. This is what SPS has offered. We have filed a wildfire mitigation plan for both Texas and New Mexico. The New Mexico one was filed through a miscellaneous filing. So it's out there for your review at this time. Following on from what we discussed, this is our selection from that menu. Again, we're looking at these overhead hardening opportunities to reduce that failure mode and ignition risk. So in our service territory, there's a lot of rural areas that are served by long spans. So what's a long span? That's a long piece of conductor that may be separated by poles that are several hundred yards apart. As a result, we can have conductor clash in adverse conditions such as high wind. So some ways we can be looking at that is to reduce the spans. Other opportunities are continuing to perform our overhead facility inspection. We call it OPA, which is overhead pole assessment, What we're doing is a 360-degree review where we have ground visual inspection going on at the same time as drone inspection, looking around and from above on those particular assets. We continue with our pole testing and replacement. So that's the invasive pole testing. We're actually boring into those poles, looking at the integrity of the core and making the decision, do we replace the pole or do we perform some kind of a repair mechanism such as trussing? Also, the replacement of conductor replacement, we talked about that. We are targeting small gauge conductor replacement, replacing it with ACSR as opposed to the traditional copper. As we talked about also, opportunities to replace expulsion devices and put in place non-expulsion such as fuses and surge arresters. And then as we also mentioned, targeted undergrounding. And the key word here is targeting because it's expensive and we really want to save that mitigation for the highest risk and highest exposure areas. In addition, we've performed a number of upgrades to our system protection. We call it EPSS, which is Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, which is effectively replacing the breakers, replacing the control systems, and replacing the reclosers along the way to give us the opportunity to automate our control and operation of these feeders, to change the settings in times of elevated and extreme fire weather conditions, which then allow us to deactivate particular parts of that circuit in the event of a fault being detected under EPSS, or proactively we can sectionalize our grid for a potential PSPS, public safety power shutoff event. Some considerations, again, system hardening is expensive. Replacing aging infrastructure is expensive. Undergrounding is very expensive. So we want to be looking to perform these mitigations in particular areas with a very targeted approach. So understanding the topography that we've got and building out of those risk models is key. And we did touch on that on our workshops 1 and 2, our risk modeling methodology. Other measurements of our effectiveness, we are looking at traditional reliability metrics. Customer minutes interrupted is always a big one when we're looking at any reductions to those customers being interrupted. And also starting to really understand the wildfire ignitions that we have on our system. And that might not just be the wildfire ignitions, it's all ignitions. Investigating, finding out what went wrong, and then taking that information and channeling it back into the asset investment and repair decision. Again, we're beginning a plan of the deployment of weather stations, proprietary weather stations to give us better granularity, as well as AI cameras and picking and counting the ignitions that we are detecting using these AI cameras that can be piped to various emergency providers and first responders to assist with firefighting and suppression activities. Lastly, we're looking at traditional down transmission and distribution conductors. And then looking at, again, the pace and the effectiveness of the deployment of those mitigations. At the end of the day, we're looking to deploy the best solutions at the best value to serve and protect the safety of our customers and our communities. That concludes my comments. I get to transition over to my colleagues here.
Good morning. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is David Suarez with El Paso Electric. I'm the distribution systems design supervisor. Been working with El Paso Electric for 10 years in the same role, distribution design. In the call, we also have some of my colleagues on the distribution system, distribution operations, and also vegetation management. So I'll be going through the hardening specifications and approach that El Paso Electric has been taking. On the distribution system protection and control, El Paso Electric, it's aimed at enhancing reliability and reducing outages. Some of the key initiatives are including communication networks for better reclose control and implementing fuel saving strategies. On the distribution system hardening, El Paso Electric is increasing its wood pole inspection program, as well as the subsequent restoration and replacement efforts. We're trying to get into a 10-year rotation of our poles, which means we are trying to inspect about 22,000 poles a year. We are also doing a cable distribution cable replacement. We're analyzing the outage data for each year, and we are allocating the budgets on the areas with the higher impact on customers. Overloaded transformers are identified also through the peak season data analysis, and we plan for replacements to prevent failures. We're doing this for both overhead and underground pad mount single phase transformers. Also on the distribution infrared program, each summer, we are targeting the 10% worst performing feeders. We go out to the field, inspect all the number of devices that we have in that feeder, and we create the work orders needed to do the replacements or the repairs for those devices. Also in the distribution feeder patrol program, we assign our distribution crew supervisors to patrol certain a bucket of our feeders each year and proactively address any line problems such as broken crossarms, arresters, any issues that the supervisors can detect. And also we have our blitz season, what we call our blitz season. Every February, our distribution schedulers and our crews focus on completing maintenance to optimize the system condition, catch up to any pending work that might be staying behind. And while all of these projects are related to hardening our system, improving our reliability, it's also, I'm sorry about that. It's also with the wildfire mitigation. That's one of its goals. Has all of these improvements can contribute to reduce the risk of the equipment failures that could potentially cause wildfires. Some of the challenges or considerations that we see, it includes the high cost and feasibility or constraint on converting overhead lines to underground, especially where right-of-ways are limited and there's other utilities already in the area. What we use to measure our effectiveness on our investments, it's SAIDI and safety numbers. And with that, I'll pass it on to our colleagues with PNM. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Gwynn with PNM. I'm an engineer in the system reliability team. I've been working with and under the wildfire program and with PNM for about 5 years now. So starting off, PNM started with the approach of inspecting the poles within these HFA areas. This include the invasive inspection of the pole, determining how much life was left, the durability, the strength remaining. And then we divided those into 3 classes, the P1s, P2s, P3s, and we're well underway into the replacement of those poles that we identified. They're starting to show characteristics that we're wanting to change those out to, prevent any catastrophic failures. So with the replacements, we're going with the grade B construction. So we'll be doing the fiberglass cross arms, doing bird guarding, more lightning mitigation, and the implementation of fire-resistant wraps. We're also doing some overhead reconductoring. This includes primary and secondary lines, as mentioned, targeting those old conductors, things that we know are starting to fail based on age and the general type of conductor that it was. We've also got several secondary projects going on. So replacing that open wire secondary, which is also another cause related to trees and things like that. We're transitioning away from explosive fusing and arresters to non-explosive equipment. So again, just kind of preventing, anything that could possibly cause a spark, we're trying to eliminate. We've conducted some strategic undergrounding. So areas where, it made sense to underground a small portion. We've kind of, targeted that as for the undergrounding. The system protection improvements that we've made include the increased sectionalization for HFAs. So this would be anything from installing a device to help restorations for PSPS and also the sectionalization, given we were going to do a de-energization. We are upgrading communication devices. So, anything from remotely changing the settings. So changing the settings during wildfire seasons. So we can do that remotely so we don't have to roll a crew, to operating those remotely rather than, rolling a crew to get those done. This included the enhanced system protection settings. And then we are also trialing broken wire technology. As far as the considerations that we are making, we're working with Firescape for increased or improving the models that we have in the system. So taking into account things like, modes of egress, different types of fuels, how it would spread, how fast, and things like that. We're using this as a means to estimate a cost benefit for replacing structures and doing mitigations in a specific area. And then, applying these solutions based on this result. Matrices that we're looking at and reporting on would be the SAIDI, SAFE, and CMI, where these mitigations were performed. Looking at the wildfire ignitions caused by electrical lines. Taking a look at AI cameras and weather stations that we'll be installing. So just monitoring the feedback from those and, looking for results. And then we're also looking at the effectiveness of some of the trial projects that we have going on. So the broken wire and covered conductor. And that'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Seems like maybe we're at a transition point in the presentation, and so wanted to take this opportunity to ask a few questions. Wondering, some of the discussion here has to do with reconductoring or replacing certain equipment, maybe with like the non-expulsion equipment. And I'm wondering whether already where that equipment is, if you have records of it, or if it's something where a person needs to physically go and take a look and, take notes and then figure out what model of equipment is there for anybody.
Yeah. So we do have records of that. It's modeled in our GIS system. So we have mapping that kind of shows us where these devices are, and we're able to pull, a generic pool of if you're looking for a specific type of device, or you can do, a wide area.
And just to supplement that, the answer is the same. It is all contained in either our asset registry, which is a mix between our financial records of our company, which would be an SAP for Excel, and also our GIS system, our graphical information system. Now, to be very honest, no data repository is perfect. So we need to make sure that as we're performing these inspections, we're performing an inventory of what we've got out there to make sure that our asset records are up to date. But in general, we know what poles, we call them functional locations, have which pieces of particular equipment on them, that we can then go through a process of prioritizing these for replacement and execution.
Okay. Thank you. And want to give El Paso Electric an opportunity to respond.
We do know where some of those devices are. That's a majority, or fuse protection. But as far as I know, we're not in that. We're not at that, I guess, stage where we're looking into replacing those devices at this moment.
Okay.
We would. Sorry about that. We would need to get some eyes on the field. We know where those devices are located, but there might be a different type, so we would need to go out to verify what types they are.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the analogy of a menu that Mr. McGregor provided. And naturally, I'm thinking of a menu at a restaurant because that's just where my mind goes. And I think that's pretty accurate. And kind of taking that a little bit further, I really get the sense that each part of the system is different. You mentioned each utility is different. Each part of the system is different, right? Some of them might be in the mountains, some of them might be in the city, some of them is older, some of them is maybe could be helped with trussing. And so there is a whole menu of options available to you. And so it's almost also like picking which restaurant to go to first, right? Because you have to evaluate the system and then prioritize it, and then look at the menu, and it kind of seems like it takes you in a certain path. And yeah, and so I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the utilities taking into consideration where the value for the customer is. And so in choosing off that menu, I don't make the healthiest choices when I go to a restaurant, but I appreciate that you're making the healthy choices, right, for the, so to speak, for the customer. Because I think one of the things I want to emphasize is that we're talking about grid hardening, and it sounds like we're definitely taking into account risk. The other side of that is also the customer experience. And so that's kind of the reliability and the resilience that we're talking about, and also the value that is being provided in making the right choices. And it seems like there's no one size fits all solution for a part of the system. And so really appreciate, you sharing the experience and how you go about selecting those options. Commissioner Nyberg.
I just have one question, and that is, how are the utilities tracking the cost? Is this tracked separately from your normal maintenance and repair items? Are you keeping track of your costs that you're spending to do the grid hardening for wildfire mitigation? Or are they just lumped into the general repair maintenance type line items?
I can make a start with that, Commissioner. And a lot of that depends on the regulation and the jurisdiction that we're operating under. When I look at Colorado, one of XL service territories, we do have a wildfire account that we are tracking that for our wildfire mitigations, because that is alongside our wildfire mitigation plan filing that was approved. So we need to track the dollars accordingly across those. For New Mexico and for SPS at the moment, I would check with a friend if I could get back to you, commissioners, on exactly how we handle that cost allocation for New Mexico. For Texas, again, we have the SRP filing, which is a reliability-based filing, but there's a lot of wildfire activities that go in there that, again, you're getting that double bang for your buck, where you're getting your reliability benefits as well as your safety benefits from a wildfire perspective. At the end of the day, utilities are regulated, so we do track all of this. It's about setting up the cost structures for that in advance so that we can then provide any reporting that you request. But I will take an action to get back to you on exactly how we categorize our funding and our allocation for cost within New Mexico.
Right.
Thank you for that prompt. I believe Travis Johnson from our organization is in the remote. Travis, could you assist me with that question?
Yeah. So I can partially answer some of this. When we are doing like pole replacements or new construction or replacement of that construction, it would be brought up to our current standards as part of that, which would be grade B construction, fiberglass cross arms, et cetera. And that's actually been something that we've been doing since I want to say 2014. The stuff that would be tailored specifically for the wildfire areas. I am not sure how that's getting categorized in New Mexico, but I think that would be tracked separately. So that'd be similar to what Paul was mentioning, is that if there is expulsion fuses out there, like the QA type fuses, we'd be going back with power fuses, SMU that or SMU fuses that would not have any ignition risk. Same thing for like arresters. Arresters that have isolators would be instead replaced with ones that would not have an ignition risk. That either use like a spark prevention unit or a current limiting fuse. So those items that are specific for wildfire areas, I believe, are being tracked separately. But for some of the stuff that is baked into our bringing it up to our current standards, like the grade B construction, that's how we've been handling that as a normal course of business.
Yeah, P&M will basically mirror our colleagues. So we do have wildfire mitigation programs. So that includes the replacement, so the pole replacement that we mentioned, and then some of the hardening, so like the change outs of equipment, installation of new equipment. So we do have really good tracking for those. Basically, we set that aside, and then we can say this is what we're going to be spending this year on that. I'll have to get back with you on greenfield construction and how we're tracking.
The reason I ask the question is it seems to me that wildfire nationwide, it's been a shift from who bears the risk, who bears the cost. 30 years ago, as an act of God, the people impacted by the fire, they relied on either their own resources or their insurance to cover the damage. 20 years ago, whatever, PG&E got popped in California, and that started the dominoes across the United States as to who bears the risk. And it's been shifted largely to the people in this room, utilities, which really is a shifting of the risk to the ratepayers. And so which part of society is going to bear the cost of this stuff? And so, it's good to say we're mitigating wildfire risk, but it comes at some cost. And ultimately, you're going to want to be reimbursed, compensated for the work that you all are doing to do this work. And ultimately, the ratepayer is going to pay. Ratepayer, you guys go bankrupt, the ratepayer suffers those costs too. So it's just a shifting of the risk as I see it. But I would be interested, because I think one thing we do have to do is report to the legislature on what's being done and how much it's really costing. And we need to be transparent in some of those numbers. And so when we say we're going to mitigate the risk of wildfire on these systems, here's the cost. And I would think those would be important numbers. So if you're doing things to mitigate wildfire, not just simply replacing poles because they need replaced, you're going to do that whether it's wildfire or not. But if it's specifically for wildfire mitigation, at least I would think that we might want some of those numbers, because when we go talk to Representative Sanchez and others down the road, we want to be able to explain how much are the New Mexico citizens paying in their rate for all this work that's being done. And, what is it looking like financially? So that's why I asked the question, and I appreciate the responses.
Commissioner, just to reply to that, thank you for laying it out, and thank you for referencing California. It is a benchmark for sure. I got to live it as I worked there since 2016 in this space. With regard to the cost of this, ultimately, yes, somebody gets the bill. It's either the utility companies or on the shareholder side, or it gets passed through the rate making mechanism onto the customer side. We will be filing our New Mexico rate case later this year, I believe. And it's a forward-looking rate case where I will be your witness for a number of the situational awareness and risk assessment tools that will be in our budget. So that's some of our fire modeling tools, our risk modeling tools, our situational awareness in the space of weather stations and cameras. My colleagues, and I will be co-sponsoring this as well, will detail some of the work that we're doing, such as the mitigations that we laid out. At the end of the day, again, having presented and testified in a number of rate case type proceedings, both in California and in other states, the burden of proof is with the utilities to demonstrate to yourselves as the commissioners and the public and the interveners as to why we're doing this and why this makes sense. So ultimately, the burden of proof is on us. And again, that means that we are looking very carefully, very scrupulously at the costs that we're presenting, because ultimately it is going back to the ratepayers.
At the prior workshop, we had a presentation on technology, the ability to spot fires at some distance with cameras, AI technology. And, you know, who's going to pay for that technology? Who's going to pay for that monitoring? They're obviously wanting utilities to write the checks. Well, the question becomes, that not only affects the utilities, it affects communities, it affects the state of New Mexico. Would it be more appropriate for the state to pay for those? Would it be more appropriate for a county to pay for those? Or should it be the utilities and the ratepayers? And, you know, those are things that I think need to be debated up the street, because it's not just protecting utility, or hopefully protecting utility, it's protecting much bigger swaths of interest. And so who bears those costs? And those are debates that I think need to be had, and ultimately try to determine whether the technology should be implemented, number one, and number two, who should pay for it. Should it be the state? Should it be the National Forest Service? Should it be the county? Should it be a city or something else? But there's a wider audience that's getting the benefits of that technology than just a utility and its ratepayers. So,
Commissioner, thank you for that summary, and I think you hit the key points about, you know, where the costs go and where the potential societal benefits reside. In another presentation or over time, we can discuss the ignition sequence and where along that sequence we're trying to do our work. As we discussed today, as the utilities, we're looking at preventing these ignitions. So the costs for that tend to be utility type programs where we are preventing those failures and preventing those ignitions. When it comes to the consequence side, which is after that ignition has started, we're looking at the response time. And just as you say, we found success in the AI cameras. Again, we will be putting some of those into our rate case coming forward. There's a number that we've got planned to give us good coverage for SPS's service territory in New Mexico on the eastern part. We found a lot of benefit for early response. We have picked up the cost for these, which are ultimately in our rate base. That is a societal benefit to the various communities to get the faster response to suppression. Now, talking about suppression, there are other opportunities, and we really start looking at California again, where some of the utilities there have purchased a number of these Firehawk type suppression helicopters and aviation resources. I'm not suggesting that for New Mexico, but again, that's within the realms of possibility. Again, these helicopters are very, very expensive, millions of dollars, and there is societal benefit across the state if the utilities put these in their rate base and then give access to the firefighting and suppression resources to attack fires and really hit these fires that are very fast run rate on particularly in critical fire weather conditions. It gives them that advantage. This has been very successful in California. I'm not saying it's the right fit for New Mexico, but again, it's within that realm of possibility.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a really interesting way to look at this. I mean, I do see definitely some situations where there could be a fire and then you're kind of, as the utility, you're being you have to react. You're being reactive to it. And then again, there are some costs that are going to invest into the grid so that you, as the utility, do not cause and a fire. And so that seems to benefit ratepayers and shareholders as well, to mitigate some of that risk. But it's an interesting way to think about it. And so I was just curious in making the decision. I'm curious about the decision-making process to determine which or if any of these grid hardening projects to install on the system. And so kind of wondering, I guess I'm thinking two things. One of them is you've obviously been, upgrading the grid for a long time. That's, you have to maintain it. And so you've been doing that for a while. It seems like the wildfire aspect of it, there's more of a focus on that, just, given the hotter, drier, and windier climate and just the risk of it. And so has the decision-making process changed at all? Like, is there like a wildfire team that now kind of steps in and says, prioritize this section, or how does that work?
I'll start with this one, but I do want to make sure my colleagues get an opportunity to answer you as well, Commissioner. You really are talking about the conundrum that faces all of the utilities, which is where to perform that investment. We obviously have a number of activities that we're trying to do. Safety is paramount, so that's wildfire safety, public safety from contact from our assets. We also have to consider things like reliability and maintaining a reliable power source for our customers and our communities, but also have to be looking to growth. We've seen a lot of growth with regard to data centers, with the growth of AI, et cetera. So again, planning and balancing all of these safety, reliability, and capacity type needs is something that we do as a utility to balance that portfolio. I very much am outspoken when it comes to public safety and wildfire safety because that's my responsibility. But again, our investment group within our utility looks at where we're going to allocate those costs. The ultimate model to move to is that when we have an opportunity to score all of our risks on a common platform, which again has been done in California, we can look at balancing reliability risk with public safety, with wildfire safety, and with capacity growth as well. So it is an in-depth process. I'll invite Travis, who is from our integrated system planning group, if he wants to add a few words to supplement that. Otherwise, I can pass over to my colleagues.
Yeah, thank you for that, Paul. So on assessing the risk, we do have an internal way of doing that. You have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3s. These tiers for the company, tier 2 and tier 3 are the higher risk wildfire areas, and this is where we are implementing that. So think of fuel sources, think of higher risk areas. Those are the wildfire areas that we are targeting as part of this. And in conjunction with that, we've also done a lot of research in how we prevent these ignitions in the terrain that's there as well. So, Paul referenced this earlier, kind of that menu, that suite. So it's not like, hey, we're going to do the same thing all over the place. We'll be taking into account, all right, is this a treat area, or is this maybe something that is a more scrub brush area? Like the portion of New Mexico that we have, usually there's not a lot of trees in those areas. So some of the mitigation efforts that we may be doing in a treat area would not be applicable in those situations. So that localized approach is also very important. So it's not just like, hey, we have a tier 2 or tier 3 area, we're doing this all over the place. Instead, we're taking into account, is there a tree risk? The other thing too that was hit on early on is that if we have those long span links, shortening those up as opportunities to prevent themselves is a twofold. One, it helps with storm hardening, that storm hardening piece, but also helps eliminate a line slap. And, in New Mexico, we've had some longer span lengths, as was referenced earlier.
No, you're about to respond, but I just wanted to supplement what I was saying because I don't think I necessarily hit on what I wanted to, but you're making these decisions and we're obviously concerned about the risk of wildfires and the resilience of it. We're also concerned about the cost. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking about is what is the process also to make sure that you're making prudent decisions, right? Like, I don't know if there's like an internal like cost benefit analysis, but people should be thinking about the cost and the benefits as they're picking where to prioritize.
And again, thank you for that clarification. We call that internally our risk spend efficiency, or RSE type approach. Others call it a cost benefit analysis, CBA, CBR. And ultimately what that's doing is looking at the baseline risk score, the reduction in risk for performing a particular mitigation, either at a localized level or an area level, and then looking at the cost for that program and developing a risk spend efficiency or cost benefit ratio for that particular program. When we traditionally look at these, and again, a lot of this is taken from the California frameworks that have been put forward by the California Public Utilities Commission over time. It's in what they call their Safety Model Assessment Proceeding, SMAP. And again, that framework is laid out so each of the utilities are using a similar set of calculations. We do something very similar internally where we look at that risk reduction and how much it cost us, and that gives us a value. Traditionally, we're looking at a value of greater than 1. So that's $1 invested for 1 reduction in risk point as a positive type score. So we'll see programs that are highly capital intensive, such as undergrounding, with a positive score, but a smaller value. Other programs can be very, very high in value, such as the deployment of protection systems and remote capabilities such as EPSS. It is capital expensive, but again, it's a higher risk return or higher return RSE calculation because of the benefits that you're getting out of it. At the end of the day, we can put forward to demonstrate what we've done and why it makes sense in that particular area. And again, as we discussed before, because of particular equipment in that area and the topography and terrain in that area, it's not one size fits all. So we might see different benefits for different areas. For example, targeted undergrounding is a very good program to very much eliminate ignition risk. You're talking high 90s% when it comes to ignition reduction, but again, very expensive, particularly in communities where we're seeing tight winding roads or a rock base underneath that makes that drilling and makes that putting these quick conductors in the ground very expensive. Again, very good program, but might not be the right fit for a particular area. That's why we have to examine each of these in turn.
Thank you. And opportunity to respond as well, but no pressure at this point.
Yeah, so P&M implements a lot of the same strategies. So we do have the tiered approach. So looking at, different areas that have different kinds of risk. That evaluation goes anywhere from the vegetation, what are the historic fires? What are the feeder data that we're looking at? So there's several different kinds of data that we're looking at to help us make decisions on, where we'll make investments and things like that.
And then did El Paso Electric want to provide a response? Okay. Also want to welcome Commissioner O'Connell. Any questions?
No, just apologies for being late. I was in a SPP meeting and it ran a little long. Had to talk about SPS in the meeting. So.
Thank you. Okay, I think maybe we are out of questions for now for this section, and we can move on to the next one. Thank you.
Excuse me, this is Leslie Shangen from El Paso Electric, and I'll just provide a little bit for our wildfire mitigation. At this point in time, we're focusing more on our transmission system, like going from wood to steel. On our distribution system as a whole, we're not really looking, when we're doing our grid hardening, we aren't focusing as much on wildfire. We are kind of in a different, don't have a lot of trees, kind of in the desert. So that isn't something that we're completely focusing on this time, but we can start looking to that as we continue. So I just wanted to kind of add that input to you all.
Okay, thank you for that. And please turn the mic on and introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Thad Petzold, public service company in New Mexico.
Thank you. And I am Fletcher Johnson, Director of Vegetation Management and Wood Pole Integrity for Xcel Energy. And thank you for having me here.
Apologies. Morning, Commissioners. My name is Armando Zavala with El Paso Electric. I'm a transmission engineer. I've been with the company for 6 years.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Victor Bishop. I'm with El Paso Electric as well. Been with the company for 21 years. Last 5 years, I've been a crew supervisor, overseeing the vegetation management system for distribution.
So for vegetation management, some of the management efforts that we've gone through in terms of corridor maintenance is going to be really clearing out any sort of vegetation that we find within our transmission corridors, as well as distribution corridors. This usually refers to any vegetation that's going to be coming over a foot. In terms of right-of-way clearance, this is also going to be a little bit of the same methodology, but this is we focus on this more in our rural areas of the El Paso Electric, or at least for right-of-way management. This is going to be pertaining to any sort of trees, vegetation growth. Again, this is going to be anything over 1 foot, and as well as any sort of hazard trees that we find within these right-of-ways. This is going to be leading into the hazard tree removal. If we do see any sort of hazard trees that are beyond the actual right-of-way that we go ahead and service, and we determine that it has the potential of falling within our lines, creating sort of outage, any sort of wildfire ignition, potential, we'll go ahead and cut back those trees. We do see a little bit of defensive spaces when it comes to landowners within this particular region. Sometimes some landowners don't allow us to actually remove some of those hazard trees. So we have to work with the landowners in order to basically cut back some of the vegetation within some of these areas. Defensible spaces around the facilities. This is going to be pertaining to the reduction of ignition from failure in operation, location of fuse cutouts, as well as other selected devices. So this is going to be going back to the actual non-explosion fuse devices around our transmission system. Around our distribution system. For our transmission system, what we do on this end, for at least for El Paso Electric, is going to be essentially transmission assets go from substation to substation. At least for the El Paso Electric side, we don't practice utilizing any sort of switch devices within our transmission territories or corridors. Those switches are going to be located within the actual substations themselves. That is the overall terms of vegetation management. Some of the trends I can quickly speak upon, including the vegetation management, the wildfire mitigation plans. Vegetation management is critical to supporting the industry of standard wildfire mitigation, increased frequency, and traditional strategies. So for this, for mitigation plans, as to what we're doing right now, we are working on the El Paso Electric side to go ahead and come up with the actual mitigation plan as of right now. This is something that's a little bit newer to us in terms of seeing this particular issue for at least for our service territory. So we have been tracking wildfires on our side for, I would say, the past 3 years, if not going further. But it's been in terms of relating that information to internal stakeholders, making sure that we are communicating with different emergency personnel, making sure that we are staying out of the way of essential personnel that need to be within those areas, but also communicating with those particular entities to make sure that we aren't losing any sort of power flow through any lines that we have going within our system. If we have the potential of keeping our lines in service and fires largely away from the actual line, it's not something that we want to just go ahead and take people out of power just because we experience a wildfire about 10 miles away. Some of these specific strategies, again, this is going to be something that we are currently working on. I believe our P&M folks and as well as our XL colleagues are a little bit more prepared in these areas. But going into customer notification, this is something that, again, we are currently working on ourselves. We do have a response plan in terms of communication, but at this current moment in time, this is something that's going to be internalized in terms of keeping with internal stakeholders as well as emergency personnel. Also, the utilization of technology for inspections. This is going to be associated with any sort of satellite imagery, AI technology for cameras, drone inspections, LiDAR inspections as well too. We want to take a proactive approach in terms of doing any sort of vegetation inspections, methodologies. That way we're not in a reactive mode rather than we want to be proactive rather than be reactive when it comes to wildfires. With that, I'll go ahead and move on unless anybody can kind of go ahead and speak on this.
We're ready for the next slide. Here we go. So again, thank you, commissioners. Again, my name is Fletcher Johnson, Director of Vegetation Management, Wood Pole Integrity for all of XL, so Southwestern Public Service, as well as Colorado and our Midwestern states as well. So, you know, when I look, and I've been doing this now about 28 years with the company, and when I look at what are the right vegetation management strategies, and within New Mexico, you know, you've heard this already in terms of engineering strategies as well. I look at what we do in neighboring Texas, also part of SPS, as well as what we do in Colorado, Minnesota, and the rest of the industry. So where we have tier 2 and tier 3 areas within New Mexico and overhead conductor on our distribution system, I would be advising a minimum of 10 feet clearance or of vegetation from wires at the time of maintenance. That also includes removal of any overhanging branches above that primary conductor. And I think for a large part, we're already achieving that in a lot of cases on trees within New Mexico already, where in a lot of our territory, a lot of the trees don't get much taller than the height of the wires, especially once we get outside residential areas. Within this scope, we'd also be folding in targeted tree removals. Those are, especially trees that may require repeated pruning or what might be perceived by some as excessive pruning or extensive pruning. And then we would work with homeowners, our customers throughout that process as well. This is work that gets done on a certain cadence, or we often refer to it as a cycle. So every 4 to 6 years, we would be back doing that same thing because trees grow back. And then folding in hazard tree mitigation. We just heard that mentioned a minute ago, where at that time of work, there's trees that are posing a risk to the system, either for reliability, but also ignition risk, where they may fall into the lines. And it could be you can identify those as hazard trees, either due to tree mortality or some obvious defect in the tree that's structurally making it unstable. So those would get mitigated at that same time. And then we would consider perhaps a mid-cycle program for hazard tree work as well. It may not need to be done every year. So perhaps 2 years later, we'd go do another patrol, get that awareness into what trees may have died or some other defect that gets identified. And then again, maybe another 2 years after, you go back to redo the full clearance again. The other activity that I think would be applicable to New Mexico for us would be a defensible space program, or sometimes we refer to it as DSAF, defensible space around facilities, or poles. And, Travis and Paul and others talked about where you have certain devices that when operating normally, if something causes a fault, you could get particles that get expulsed from that. So around distribution poles that have those traditional fused cutouts or lightning arresters, we would clear a 10-foot radius around that pole down to bare earth. And so you create a non-combustible area around the base of that pole. The cadence for that, it probably needs to be more often than every 4 to 6 years. In an arid climate like this, it may not need to be every year. So we would look at what that regrowth is to determine how often that 10-foot radius would need to be refreshed. And again, replacement of those devices to the expulsion limiting devices, it mitigates that risk where that veg clearing wouldn't necessarily need to be done once that asset refresh has occurred. I'll just comment regarding our transmission system. I think largely our current vegetation management program on our transmission conductors mitigates that ignition risk that would be there due to vegetation. So we would continue to follow our current strategies. The DSAF program might be applicable around if we have any transmission switch poles in the field that aren't in substations. And rather than a 10-foot radius, you might go as wide as a 50-foot radius around a transmission pole that has a switch on it. If that switch operates, just to make sure you have a non-combustible zone underneath it. Where I note my recommendations on this slide, and I'm talking about timing, really referring to kind of achieving that expanded clearance. If we're doing something that's 6 feet or minimum of 6 feet now, and we're going to 10 feet, or we're doing something that we're going to lock into a certain schedule, achieving that expanded scope or that new scope in a single year may not be practical. So using very round numbers, where we might have 4,000 miles of distribution, SPS is 4,000 miles of distribution, in New Mexico, 2,000 miles of transmission. Doing that all in 1 year just wouldn't probably be practical, whereas achieving that over a 3-year or a 4-year or a 5-year rotation and then maintaining it henceforth after that might spread that cost off more applicably. And then in terms of measuring, essentially, have we achieved what we said we were going to each year? And that's pretty consistent with what other jurisdictions that we work within have us report on every year. So that concludes my prepared comments, and happy to turn it over to the next person.
Thanks. Here we go. Switch the slides. I think two more ahead. One more. There we go. Thank you. Once again, I'm Thad Petzold with PNM. I'm our Associate Director of Wildfire Risk and Vegetation Management. Thank you for having me, Commissioners. Real quickly, I kind of want to go back to the last session just for a minute, just to kind of get to get a good visualization on what we're doing. So, we talked about trying to capture different costs, for work that's wildfire related. What we've done is we've set up throughout our service territory 11 what we call HFRAs, or high fire risk areas. So everything that we do inside of that area is captured monetarily and in our system. So we know it's HFA or HFRA or non-HFRA. And so we're doing separate things throughout our service territory and with vegetation management. And so in our HFRAs, we've established, we're starting a 5-year cycle to go through and clear all of our corridors throughout our service territory. And that means using integrated vegetation management, meaning we're removing tall, invasive species, your elms, your Russian olives, things like that. Like Fletcher said, a lot of our service territory is PJ. So we have a lot of pinon and juniper in our right of way, which are really they're getting into a lot of the communication cables, but they're really not getting into our system. So they're not a threat to us. And it may not be ecologically prudent to take those trees out because now we have erosion issues and everything else. And so our corridor we consider is really our wire zone, and we want to get that 10-foot wire zone. And then obviously we want to leave any compatible species underneath that's not going to grow in. In addition to that, we are looking at mitigating hazard trees, both by our crews on the ground, and we're using satellite technology, satellite and AI, with AI technology that is actually helping us detect what we would consider hazard trees, dead or dying trees that have strike potential on our system. And we're actually going out and proactively addressing those. And then obviously we don't own that property. So we're speaking with property managers and property owners to come up with the correct prescription on what we want to do about that tree. If we have a dead tree on a property, most of our customers to this point have been agreeable in allowing us to either take the tree down completely or cut it in half and leave it for habitat for animals or whatever it might be. But it is no longer poses a threat, fallen threat to our system. We also conduct every 5 years in 2020 and now in the fall of 2025, we'll be conducting a substation wildfire evaluation. We have a consultant come out and they look at every one of our substations in HFRAs. And then they determine whether or not there can be an ignition caused by the substation, or if there's an ignition from outside the substation coming in, would it affect those facilities? In addition to that, we recently incorporated an encroachment policy. So we are watching every fire throughout New Mexico that pops up. We're using different platforms to allow us to do that. But what we're trying to do is make sure that if we have a large going fire that's starting to encroach our facilities, we want to be able to send our personnel out to make sure that we keep first responders safe. If we have to de-energize something to make them safe, or if we have to de-energize a line so that we don't start a secondary fire, because we don't want to cause more damage by leaving the power on. Some of the recommendations that we really talk about is collaborating, with landowners. We do have a a project that we're almost completed with right now in the Gila, where every one of our distribution and transmission lines, the right-of-way has been expanded. They've allowed us to expand the right-of-way, so we've doubled our right-of-way areas, which actually worked out very well during the trout fire along Highway 35. We had a corridor there that the Forest Service started using as backburn, and we had 2,200 poles throughout Highway 15 and 35 that were in danger of being burnt up, but we lost 5 structures because of the amount of clearances that we'd gotten, and the fire dropped to the ground when it hit that. So that was really a positive, a very positive outcome to something that could have been really, really bad. Obviously shifting toward predictive maintenance, which we're doing in our HFRAs because it's a safety issue. As vegetation managers, I've been doing this for 40 years. We've looked at reliability so long. We spent our whole lives trying to keep the lights on and make sure that we have reliable power, that's what we judge ourselves on when it comes to, you know, where we're going to trim trees, how we're going to trim, what we're doing there. It's all about reliability, making sure, you know, it affects the most people and everything else. But with fire, a line that feeds one person can start the same fire that a line that feeds 1,000 people. And so you have to start looking at it different. And so you can't look at those metrics anymore and say, well, you know, we're going to do this area because it's been causing a lot of outages. The problem is that if a tree is in contact with a line, it can cause a fire. And so we have to shift our thinking. And so that's one of the things that we do. We do things a little differently inside of those HFRAs than we do outside, because outside we're looking more at reliability and safety. Inside we're looking at certainly safety and wildfire safety. And obviously you get more reliability when you clear out the corridors anyway. One of the things we also suggest is you know, we were talking about, you know, budgets and who pays for this. And I'm a department of 2. So I have myself and I have a program manager. Everybody else wears hats. Jacob that was over here, his job isn't just in wildfire. He's working in grid mod and everything else, but he has to put on the hat of the engineer for wildfire. My boss, you know, Wes Gray, you know, he's the VP over all of our operations, not just wildfire, but that's what he gets tagged with. And so we all just kind of have to lean in, because there isn't a big, we don't have PG&E money. We just can't throw money at the problem and just keep on saying, well, try this. And we have to find out what's right. And that's why we belong to different collaborations to where we can learn and not make mistakes or as many mistakes, and try to learn what other people are doing, what works for them, and how that can buy down risk at a cost that our customers in New Mexico can afford. Because it's we recognize that, you know, we just don't have the big pockets that the California utilities have. The expectations are that we're going to use the same technologies that they do, and we do a lot of that. A lot of our pillars that we do are based on the same things that the San Diego Gas and Electrics use. You know, we do a lot of the same things they do, but on a much smaller scale. So instead of hiring a room full of meteorologists, we subscribe to platforms that gives us access to multiple weather models, and we use that in decision making. So just like I said, just trying to get back to that earlier question. So one of the things we talked about though is using, you know, smart vegetation management. So if you don't have a lot of money, you have to make sure you're doing it right and doing it in the right places. And so you can use different satellite technologies that will allow you to find out, you know, how many trees you have within 2 feet of center line, and you can target those trees as opposed to just, you know, going out and trimming every single tree. You want to trim the right ones, right? One of the things that certainly would help us is you know, is accelerating the permitting and approval process. And it seems like we're getting a lot better. The Forest Service has really sort of opened up to us and invited us in. There's still a lot of steps you have to take, and those are some difficult things that it requires just to go and get on a certain property to do some vegetation management work or any kind of mitigation. Sometimes it can take months, and in some of our cases, it's actually taking years. Well, we've had to wait multiple years for a permit to do some work out in the Santa Fe forest. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, have any questions? Moment.
I have a couple questions. Several of you touched upon the issue of trees outside the right of way that you have to deal with. I think landowners or maybe have not been able to deal with landowners in addressing those situations. And I think we talked about it at Into the Mountain Gods at one of the early workshops. The idea that it seems to me that we need some sort of legislative fix to that issue. And in my mind, if you all have identified a tree that is a hazard to your line that is outside of the right of way, and the landowner is not allowing you to deal with that hazard tree, that the idea of shifting the liability or shifting the risk ought to occur, because it's no longer your decision. It's the landowner's decision. But that would take some legislative enactment to have that shift from essentially the utility to the landowner. And that, have you all given any further thought to that in the last few months as to whether or not that would be something that you all would be looking at in a future legislative session?
Well, we haven't worked on anything about that, but certainly we would appreciate your help in that. Somehow, if there's some way that maybe that the insurance carrier for that particular homeowner or property owner could be made aware, of what's happening, and maybe that might be something that would allow them to say, you have to allow them to cut this mitigation down, get the insurance companies into it, because they're the ones going to have to foot the bill eventually. I know that when I've had some friends that, bought in property up in Colorado, to get insurance, they take a satellite picture of their property and say, well, you're going to have to cut down about 600 trees if you want us to insure you. And so there's things that insurance companies can do also to push people in the right direction.
Well, I've heard that even on the east side of Santa Fe, people are having difficulty getting insurance because of fire risks now for their homes. But anyway, I think that that's something that you all need to really look at and possibly pursue, because right now that tree, and I think P&M up in Ruidoso, it was a tree outside the right of way that caused a fire falling into your line. And yet people are looking at you to make good on that. They're not looking to the landowner to deal with that. So it seems to me that's an issue that has to be addressed. Now, expanding rights of way, you talked about expanding your right of way. That works if people are willing to expand the right of way. Have you all changed your right of way agreements to allow you all to deal with identified hazard trees outside of the right of way and allow you to go in and deal with that? Has there been any effort to change your right of way?
I can add a little bit. I may not totally know all the nuance to what might make New Mexico unique over other areas. I mean, so I would first, so anybody else on the panel here, feel free to correct me if I get this wrong, but I mean, first I would draw a distinction between distribution and transmission. So where on transmission, we typically we have purchased land rights at some point in the past as utility that give us an easement width of 50 feet, 75 feet, 125 feet, whatever that is. Generally, if that easement language is strong for vegetation words in it, we can kind of do whatever we feel we need to within that. As Thad mentioned, outside of that, a lot of times homeowners are willing to, if they also view it as a hazard, and we're willing to do something at no cost to them, there's usually not an issue. With distribution, while sometimes there might be utility easements there, what governs us on distribution for how far away we can prune from the wires isn't necessarily a utility easement that allows us to have facilities there, but rather the customer service agreement that's documented in the tariff rules and regulations. So gives us right to be on property, et cetera, and do follow good utility practice in order to do that work. So then you kind of go down a path of, is it a hazard tree or not? And so perhaps getting it, and others here can probably have had similar experiences where you could have two different experts have different views on that same tree. And so we might say it's a hazard tree based on evaluations from experts of reasons XYZ, and that property owner might have some other expert give them a differing view on that. With it for Southwestern Public Service, XL Energy in general, if we view it as a hazard one way or the other, we are going to get that resolved at some point, especially on distribution. And so I think we would probably all welcome some type of legislation that strengthens our ability to do that clearing when we deem it necessary. There probably are some paths already of just labeling a tree as a public nuisance, maybe going through the Office of Attorney General or something to then get it mitigated. I mean, that would be, it can be a long process to do that. And a lot of times it just comes down to trying to do our best with customer relations. And are we going to haul away the brush or the wood? Are we going to grind out a stump? And doing those across a whole system end up costing a lot of money. You've heard that a lot today. But do we have it within our bag of tools in order to try to get an individual situation resolved at times? Seems like a lot of times we can get it. I don't know if anybody else wants to add.
No, I don't disagree. I think that most people recognize, and especially here in New Mexico, I think people are extremely fire conscious and they understand that. I'd spoken about how we started initiated our 5-year corridor clearing. We've completed Clayton, we completed Las Vegas. We're now in the East Mountains, and we've run into very little opposition. People they're welcoming us. Sorry, polo tie's too tight. And they're allowing us to do that, and what you talked about earlier, you know, expanding the right of way or you know, increasing our rights outside of the right of way. And you know, we've been very conscious of trying to be non-invasive to our customers. We recognize that, you know, power lines are not the prettiest things in the world. They are necessities, but we try to do our best to work with our customers, to collaborate with our customers, so that there's an outcome that benefits not just the utility, but the community at large. And so I don't know whether or not we want to put anything in writing saying we have the right to come outside the right of way and deem something a hazard or not. I don't know. And like Fletcher said, a hazard. I mean, I could look at a tree, he could look at a tree, and we could both come up with two different things. And I've spent many times underneath trees with customers, and they're telling me that the smoke coming out of the branch has nothing to do with the power line. Don't worry about it. And it's like, believe me, it's a problem. We have to prune this tree. They see some things differently though. So.
Well, I think, you know, during the process of these workshops, we've seen a number of issues, that being one. The other was who owns the timber that you cut, and do you have the ability to haul it off and things like that. And I think there's some things that probably do need to be clarified in the statutes to give you all more comfort as you deal with these issues. And, you know, I hope that you'll look at us, this commission as a partner in trying to get some of these issues resolved. And so if there's something that you all see that we can be instrumental in trying to get addressed, we want some of these issues that have arisen in these workshops to get some finality, to give you the ability to deal with the issues that you're facing, to not only to protect you all, but to protect our communities and our state. So we're here to try to help. And lastly, Thad, I was told to give you a hard time.
You were.
Yeah, by a former legislator told me to give you a hard time. Said something about a stolen bolo.
Well, that would be a Representative Dan Foley.
That would be Representative.
That'd be correct. Yes, I stole his bolo tie.
Yeah, that's what he said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, thank you. And so I think looks like we could move on to the next section of the presentation. So, you know, I'll leave it with you.
So good morning, Commissioners. Wes Gray, Vice President of Operations and Engineering for P&M, and I've got the privilege of wrapping up for the three big utilities here in New Mexico, and provide some recommendations, things that we've talked about over the course of the three workshops, and just things to think about. There are multiple avenues to get here. You know, again, just parroting what you just said, they're getting the commission to kind of understand the issues that face the utilities, and then getting assistance and trying to get us to a common solution to help utilities out and just try to keep these risks down to protect our communities. That's the big drive for all of us. The first thing is wildfire mitigation plan, some kind of rulemaking guidelines for format, for content. We've made some really good progress in other rulemaking proceedings, getting the utilities, the cooperatives, some subject matter experts in to talk about the issues that are out there. What's that utility best practice, and setting that standard. All three of us are in favor of that, of trying to come up with common ground. They're not going to be exact, as we've heard. There's going to be nuances depending on the utility and their service areas. But having a generalized format and standard for that is only going to come out with better product for everybody, so that they're going to be consistency throughout the state for the utilities. Some consideration of system resiliency planning with cost recovery components in it. As we've talked about, there's wildfire mitigation, which is beneficial to those communities, and that also benefits system resiliency, which provides better power quality and reliability for the consumers, and trying to integrate that into one package, looking at those mitigation strategies from those two perspectives and trying to incorporate it into really one big package. And one of the things is looking at it like other states have for recovery of those investments. You know, we're trying to be really good stewards of the investments we put in to provide resiliency and wildfire. We've talked a lot about how we prioritize and how we look at that. But realistically, you know, it's trying to get recovery on those to make sure the utilities are whole, and how we do it. You know, all of the utilities we try to divide up. We're trying to track all of these investments and make sure that they're all prudent by doing these various cost benefits. It's just getting the recovery piece of it as well. Considerations of an energy fund, a grant program to help offset customer impact for these wildfire mitigation strategies. there's going to be a lot of investment because from our perspective, we don't see wildfire going away as being a risk for these communities. One of the things as we've held stakeholder meetings with these communities, a lot of them are not prepared for activities that go on with it, such as public safety power shutoffs. They just don't have the resiliency in place to be able to handle a 24 or 48-hour outage without having other impacts to water systems, wastewater systems, their fire suppression activities, communications even around the community, the hospitals that service those communities and provide that support, and some kind of fund to help fund those community programs to offset things that utilities might have to do for wildfire mitigation. Commissioner Nybert, you're bringing up about liability caps and sharing that liability amongst not only the utilities, but also amongst the property owners, the communities themselves. We can't be the only ones carrying the weight to try to do wildfire mitigation and protect the community. And so it's building that teamwork amongst us, doing a lot of work with those communities. And we've been doing town halls to try to educate, but we've also behind the scenes been having meetings with those stakeholder groups, the emergency managers, the fire, the hospitals, the other community groups to try to pull everybody together. But there's going to have to be more and more of that to help reduce that liability. It can't just be utilities. We were talking about cameras. Yeah, they're a great idea. In other states, they're owned solely by the state. In some states, they're owned by a group. It's fire agencies, it's counties, it's utilities, and they're all sharing in some of those costs to try to do early detection and doing early suppression so that these fires don't get catastrophic. It's the same with liability, trying to get that consensus piece where everybody has a piece of the pie and they have the same amount of risk and the same amount of cost, as opposed to some things that have come out, which is we're going to put 100% liability on utilities. Well, we don't think that's fair to the utility because not all the causes are utility causes. We can't control the wildlife. We're trying to wrap our hands around how we deal with the vegetation, but we don't have 100% control. If a property owner does not want to cut a tree down and it falls into a power line, is that really the utility's fault? So trying to come up with a way to have reasonable liability caps for the utilities to balance that risk. And then lastly, increased use of self-insurance or the captive insurance, one or the other, to try to facilitate utilities insuring themselves from this risk. That is, as we saw in the last workshop, an increasing issue where those underwriters will pull out insurance and not want to back a utility up because of past experience or a fire in the area. If there is a fire even regionally, somewhat close to our service territory, our risk team is getting calls from those underwriters asking, what's our impact? What have we done to prevent? I mean, it brings up new questions every time there's a fire in this region. And to try to move to a different insurance, I think we're going to have to get there because underwriters are getting, they're hesitating more and more in insuring utilities from that wildfire risk. And so the previous topic of limiting those, if capping that liability also feeds into this because the utilities can't be out there by themselves, but underwriters are not wanting to back us. So we're going to have to do something to try to cover that risk for ourselves and ensure and provide that coverage for our communities so that we can continue these programs and getting them down there. And then there's just some other things that we've talked about, you know, that reverse condemnation piece. Some states have it. New Mexico doesn't, unfortunately, right now. It's those kind of tools that we're going to have as time goes on to try to limit that risk as much as possible, because that's really going to be it. It's trying to maintain viability of the utilities so that they can continue to operate and provide service without burdening them with excessive costs. So all of this stuff really boils down to those things and providing that wildfire safety, that community safety through these programs. So that's it for me.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions. First, like the energy fund grant program, liability caps, are those things you're asking the PRC to do, or is that something you think legislature will have to do?
I think we're gonna have to have different avenues. So some of it's gonna have to be legislated, some of it will have to be through the commission. Not all of these are under your purview, but it's just things that we need to consider.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
which is which is.
Grant program, I know the state had a bill passed through the last session for rebates on generators for homeowners to provide resiliency through public safety power shutoffs. That's a perfect avenue. It's gonna take all of us, the commission, the utilities, and the legislature to come through and come up with solutions. And so some of these definitely are gonna have to be legislated.
So is this group of three working on legislation right now?
We interact quite a bit with legislators as things come up. You know, the grant
I guess my
program,
question is there a draft?
for not all, there are not drafts of all of these. But as these come up, we've been working with legislators on various pieces and providing our input and feedback for them to help them craft the legislation, but not all of them have gotten out of committees, gotten off the ground. But we are actively working with them. From a grant perspective, the tax rebates for the generators, we worked with Representative Vincent. So, you know, there was a lot of input and a lot of feedback provided.
Just thought I would add, as the groups have worked together with the subject matter experts and the policy folks in the development of these three presentations over the course of the last 5 months, these are the concepts that really came about of, in an ideal scenario, these are things that we would like to consider. And so some of them are rulemaking, possibly commission, something like an energy fund that mirrors what Texas has done would definitely be a legislative allocation of funds. To my knowledge, I don't think that we've done any joint drafting of legislation to this point. But these are the concepts that we think would help us address the wildfire mitigation issue while also being cognizant of trying to keep the customer impact as minimal as possible.
Yeah, and then really the point of the legislation question was for your upper left box, mitigation plan rulemaking. You see that being valuable before there's legislation?
That's a good question. My personal reference to that, the wildfire mitigation statute went into place in Texas before the rulemaking. So I know that model. I don't know if I have a recommendation one way or the other on it.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing about rulemaking fatigue and you're coming in asking for another one and saying we want it, but then also saying there's these massive unanswered questions that probably have to get dealt with the legislature. So my question is, what's your plan?
I know there have been a couple of legislators who have proposed some legislation, one of which was a copy and paste of statutes from California. And we provided comment back to the legislators about those, about pros and cons of things that they were looking at. I don't think that is a definite solution. I think we're going to have, just as we do with approach on how we deal with wildfire mitigation in New Mexico, I think the legislation is going to have to be much the same. It's going to have to be a little more custom tailored for the state and the issues we face here.
Okay, and then the last bit from me is, top middle box talked about resiliency planning. So is that IRP? Is that distribution system planning? Is that a third thing?
For us, I would think of it more of transmission distribution and not necessarily IRP. It's really more about system resiliency, not necessarily power supply resiliency.
My experience has been utilities didn't want distribution system planning, so I'm trying to find out, is that a shift?
We do a lot of that anyway. It's just looking at resiliency as a factor along with wildfire. I know Texas has done a lot with their system resiliency and incorporating wildfire and resiliency into one package and doing more with that recovery piece. And I think from all three utilities, since our colleagues at SPS and El Paso have portions of their service territory in Texas, and they have that experience. They see benefit in it, and for us, our sister company, Texas New Mexico Power, is in that same boat. And so for us, we see the benefit of incorporating that and looking at it for recovery, cost recovery for the utilities. And there's benefit that we can see for the consumer.
Yeah, as I am a firm believer in planning, so it was just odd to see utilities asking for a third plan when we haven't even got to the distribution planning, largely because of utility resistance. So anyway, that's where that was coming from. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, so I see more people came up. Was there a response, or should we move on to?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm Vince Martinez. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the New Mexico Rural Electric Cooperative Association. Know some of those questions you were asking about legislative efforts. Of course, every interim committee is talking about wildfire. But there is one along with your workshop that all the utilities are participating in, is the Senate Memorial 2 workshop or interim committee that's turned into it's a 4 meeting. We've had 2 meetings so far, a third one coming up. But at the end of that, and it's a big group, it includes state forestry, includes the Energy Department, Homeland Security, the Department of Insurance. We even have trial lawyers at it. Can you believe that? Anyway, it's a huge group. At the end of it, we're working towards a report, not just a report, tell the legislature, hey, these are all the things that are wrong, but here's how the solutions are. So we are looking at legislation that all the utilities are going to sign on to, that we can at least address some of those issues, like those hazardous trees that are outside of our right of way that will put the burden on those homeowners or those landowners if they don't allow access, or take the liability away from that issue. And that's something, as we've spoken to the trial lawyers, that's something they might have some movement on. So we feel pretty good about that. But we feel pretty good that at the end of October, when we come out with this report from the Senate Memorial 2, and also in conjunction of what you all are doing here, to use all that information to come out with a plan that we will have legislation of some kind to address all these issues.
Jesse Gonzalez with El Paso Electric. I'll just go ahead and chime in right quick. With respect to the system resiliency plan, our experience in Texas, and we're actually filing one as we speak, is there's multiple measures under that umbrella of system resiliency, and one of them is wildfire mitigation, some of its distribution investments and so forth. And kind of, I think SPS is a little bit more experienced in developing very specific metrics to measure those investments and actually doing a cost benefit analysis to see which projects get like the most benefit for the dollars that are being invested. So those are some of the metrics that we've been looking at. We recently applied in Texas for the Texas Energy Fund, which was about $1 billion that were set aside for non-ERCOT entities with a $200 million cap that was funded by the state. So we've applied and submitted multiple projects for that and been awarded some of those for Texas-based assets. And part of the parameters, I guess, is that the dollars are spent relatively quickly, which is a really good thing because the dollars come in to the utility coffers, if you will, and the investment needs to be done within, I think, is 1 or 3 years relatively quickly. So the benefits are realized relatively fast for our consumers. And that's one way to mitigate some of the costs that are associated with some of these system hardening or system benefits or welfare mitigation benefits that might be like on the periphery from some of these investments.
Well, thank you. And I think to stay on track, we should now move on to our next presentation.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, we'll have Joseph Sanchez, is the manager of Jemez Electric, and Mario Romero, who's the manager of Otero Electric, get up first since there's enough room, and then we'll have Curtis Hartenstein from Tri-State, and then Les Montoya from Mora Electric. Okay. All right, thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. So my name is Mario Romero. I'm the general manager and CEO of Otero County Electric Cooperative in Cloudcroft, New Mexico. As you guys know, if you're familiar with Cloudcroft, we're kind of deeply intertwined with the Lincoln National Forest. Our service territory extends up into Lincoln County, so mostly Lincoln, Otero, and parts of Chaves County. So we deal with wildfire mitigation, vegetation management extensively. I probably want to start off telling you some of the things that we've been doing. So this spring, our board did adopt a wildfire mitigation plan. We've had a vegetation management plan, which was updated to correspond to our new wildfire mitigation plan. We have been very involved in the community as far as wildfire goes. The village of Cloudcroft, actually the local online newspaper hosted a wildfire forum, which we sponsored and participated in. We've been applying for various grants to address wildfire mitigation, vegetation efforts. We've completed a pilot this year, this spring, where we contracted for an excavator on tracks with a masticator head to basically clear some right of ways in rural areas. We found that to be quite useful, quite efficient. We plan on purchasing one of those units in the near future. We've been doing one-shot protocols for, I don't know, it's been 10 or 15 years. It's been many years where we have some experience there. Those efforts have proven fruitful. However, one thing that might be of interest to you all is that we do experience substantially more outage times during wildfire season because of those one-shot efforts. We found over time the need to change some of our coordination schemes, going from a fuse saving scheme to a fuse blowing scheme. We've here recently decided that we're gonna, on those fire weather days, red flag warning days, that we're going to just turn, because what we've been doing is we've been pretty much going on one shot for the entire fire season. It's been that bad for the vast majority of our system. So along with that is you might have a clear day. You leave it on one shot for months. You have a clear day and you might have a feeder trip at the substation. Then you might have 2,000 people out of power with not a real good reason for that to occur. Don't know if it's a squirrel or exactly what it is. You end up patrolling miles and miles and miles of line because we have feeders that are 80 miles long. And so what we've been doing is we've just been leaving our downstream devices on one shot, and only putting our substation feeders on one shot during those fire weather days. Because that's just some of the experience that we've seen is kind of balancing the reliability along with wildfire mitigation. We, like other utilities, we have a robust pole inspection program. We cycle through our entire system on a 10-year cycle. We do line inspections on our distribution system on a 3-year cycle. High vegetation area is more frequent than that. Our transmission system is inspected annually. We've improved construction standards, over the last, since I've been there 20 years, we've shortened span lengths. We've increased pole strengths. We've been using fiberglass poles for several years. We have 2 licensed drone pilots, which we use for inspections, both for just regular line inspections, after outages, for vegetation management. It's also proven useful for like this pilot that I just mentioned, before and after. A picture's worth 1,000 words when you can show what you accomplished, what it looked like before, and then, after a week's worth of work, what a right of way looks like after it's been cleared. few years ago, we piloted a AI-based satellite imagery system. I think other utilities are doing the same. We heard a little bit about that this morning. I would say we might have got in a little too early. So it's something that we'll have to come back to. We didn't find it useful at the time. Our vegetation management, just that portion of our wildfire mitigation, our budget is well over $1 million. That's between $1.5 million. To put things in perspective, our entire annual revenue is about $32 million. About half of that goes to power supply. So we're spending close to 10% of our, what you'd classify as controllable expenses just on vegetation management alone. Substantial increase, for substantial expense for our ratepayers, for our members. Probably the last thing I want to mention is just this year, we actually transitioned from contract vegetation management to in-house. It kind of just worked out for us. Our contractor was looking to get out of the business, in part because of liability. And so we basically bought all of his equipment, took over his crews. And I think the industry is seeing very substantial increase in the cost of contracted services. And we were able to do that with no increase. We plan on growing that department. We currently have 8 full-time employees that are solely dedicated to that effort. We're going to be adding 2 more this year. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you, commissioners. Similar to Mario, we have a vegetation management plan that we've been working under for over the last decade. We're in the process of putting a full-blown wildfire mitigation plan together. Currently, you were asking about budget. We spend about $2.5 million on vegetation management a year. That's about 15% of our total controllable operational budget. So it's quite a bit. We have 3 in-house crews made of 3 guys. We have a vegetation management manager and 2 assistants. And these guys basically do inspections. They're also, one of them is a licensed arborist. So he also has a license to apply herbicides. We make it a priority to apply that to some of these invasive trees. We spend about $1.6 million. That's what we've spent to date on contract tree trimming. So we try to do 6 circuits a year. We have about 30 circuits. So we're on a 5-year cycle. So significant resources go to tree trimming and vegetation management. Other things in terms of line, we have 4,000 miles of line. Quite a bit goes to Forest Service land. You were asking about risk earlier. We classify it high, medium, low. The Forest Service is high for us. As a result of Las Conchas fire about 15 years ago, I think that opened a lot of utilities' eyes to what the risk of danger trees are. Commissioner Nybert mentioned earlier about danger trees. In that lawsuit, there was a tree 18 feet outside of our right-of-way. Our right-of-way was clear. And the expectation was that our inspector should have known that tree was sick when it didn't show any signs of sickness. But yet this 80-foot tree fell on our line and started that fire. So that's what we're facing. As a result, similar to Mario, we also put our lines on one shot to the Forest Service when it's very dry, high wind conditions. We also, about 11 years ago, we installed interrupters. These are smart reclosers that they send a pulse first to see if there's a fault on the line or a tree on the line before they reclose. But we're even putting those on one shot just because of the risk. Things we're looking at now are resettable fuses. We're also looking at maybe insulated conductor in some areas. Though it's more expensive than regular line, it's less expensive than direct bury, or not direct bury, but going underground. So that's a little bit about us. I think we learned the hard way that how important these these plans are and that you implement them. And I know you guys talked about legislation earlier. I think the toughest part for us is the trial lawyers lobby. I know they have strong support in the legislature. I myself have sponsored bills to cap liability. Basically, one of the bills we sponsored was putting a cap if you have a approved wildfire mitigation plan, and if you followed all the processes, it capped what you pay out. But if you're not following it, they could have sued us for whatever they want, right? So to me, it didn't make sense why they wouldn't support that. But those are some of the things we're dealing with, and I know costs are going up every day, material, personnel, and just know this is just a large part of what we're spending money on. I know over the last decade, we've spent over $1 million on equipment for this program. So just a little bit about that. And I'll stand for questions if you guys have questions for me. Commissioners, I just want to mention, we budget a line item every year, so we keep track of every single penny that we spend on it, including some of the technologies we're installing.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Martinez mentioned some legislative proposals and things, and I know that Representative Sanchez will be called upon to probably shoulder that load. But for those of you that don't know, Representative Sanchez, very important person in the House and very has very good relationships across the aisle. And if there's anything that we can do to help assist you all in that process, let us know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my mic was off. So to that effect, would commission rules help the cooperatives? I mean, you know, that was one part of the piece of the legislation that was one that was just mentioned. And so I'm wondering how the cooperatives feel about commission rulemaking that would apply to them for a wildfire mitigation plan.
I think we're just speaking on behalf of Otero. I think we're, could be helpful is just clarifications on things, because there is no standard, so we're kind of, as we've talked about, everyone's talked about, we're held to these impossible standards. So, I don't know about any specific rulemaking other than being tied to, again, if there was a wildfire mitigation plan and some minimum criteria, and along with that came with some liability limits, that would all be great, because at least we know what we need to do.
Just to add to that, I think if it gives us something to hang our hat on that we can show we did, that would minimize risk on liability, I think it's a good thing. But part of that bill I sponsored was tied to potentially getting a plan approved by a state agency, and that we followed that plan. And still with that, they could still sue us for up to $2 million, even though we were following the plan. But I think that's what we would have to look at it. I think just putting rules just to be burdensome, they have to be the right rules. So I think there'd have to be a discussion on that.
Thank you, that helps. Appreciate the response to that. And so for this part of the presentation, do we have, is there a presentation from Tri-State as well? Okay. Well, thank you. And
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you, commissioners, for having me today. My name is Curtis Hartenstein. I'm the Wildfire Program Mitigation Manager for Tri-State Generation Transmission. I do have a presentation. So on behind me, I've also got it on my screen so I can help follow along. In my role with Tri-State, I'm the one that develops and oversees the implementation of wildfire mitigation plans and all the various components that feed into it, from risk assessment, situational awareness, to system operations, vegetation management, system hardening, and the like, many of which we'll talk about today and have already talked about at length. Of course, I don't do it alone. I'm the person that kind of wrangles the group a bit and helps set everybody in the right direction. And in that capacity, I've got a large charge to coordinate a multitude of activities. And I want to lead you through how we go about making the decisions that impact people's lives and the grid in a real way. A little bit about me. I have an undergraduate degree in forest ecology. I have a master's in environmental science. I am a watershed scientist by trade. I'm also a volunteer fireman for my local fire protection district at home in Lyons, Colorado. I've been on pre-evacuation from 2 wildfires in my lifetime. So this is real to me, both personally and professionally. So thank you again for the time. Just to start off with, advance the next slide, please. Just a background on the electrical grid itself. Of course, I didn't mean to be pedantic here with the committee here, but just to point out an underlying theme that we've talked about today is we're all a little different, and the results that we're going to land upon to mitigate wildfire risk are going to differ from a variety of circumstances. And certainly with Tri-State being a generation and transmission only, we don't have generation and transmission only. We don't have any distribution network, and therefore the kinds of risk assessments, the kind of drivers that we have for risk, and the appropriate mitigation tools are going to reflect our service in that capacity. Next slide shows a brief layout. I know it's Tri-State. Yes, we're 4 states. Somebody's not that great at math, but here we go. But what I do know is that we serve rural electric co-ops. My colleagues here, you spoke just before me, we represent them in a variety of ways because many times we're their only power supplier or their primary power supplier. So what impacts Tri-State impacts these 41 co-op members throughout the Intermountain West here, and certainly in New Mexico. And you can see the 7 cooperative principles that guide a lot of decision-making that we have in that cooperative model. And that's really important to us. And when I come and visit with the groups that speak today, it really drives home the importance of my work and Tri-State's work to support our member co-ops in this capacity. A little bit of math on us, 200,000 square miles of service territory, close to 6,000 miles of high voltage transmission line, and 36,000 structures. And, what's always been our charge and our chief focus is to balance the safety, the reliability, and affordability of providing this electricity on the grid. And, that really hasn't changed in recent history. But as I think Commissioner Nybert alluded to earlier, there have been changes that we are maybe imposed upon us that we have to be responsive to. And I think it really culminates in this change of posture that we see from electrical utilities from a reactive standpoint to a proactive standpoint. We don't want to be the PG&E. We don't want to be responsible for any loss of life or disruption of service, loss of property. These are incredibly disruptive events, and we're going to accept that we need to be proactive to help stave off those kinds of impacts to our members and the community at large. So how do we go about doing that? Well, first and foremost, you've got to understand what the cause of your faults are. What are the cause of accidental ignitions? What do you see in your history that has been the cause of an outage or the cause of a fault that has led to a wildfire disruption of service? So by us being able to track these kinds of faults, being able to understand what the primary risk drivers are within our system, then we focus those tools accordingly. Again, over 200,000 square miles, almost 6,000 miles of transmission line. We can't be willy-nilly about where we put our efforts. So first of all, understanding, what is the root cause of these issues leads us to those proactive standpoints by which we can defer them. A little bit more on wildfire risks and the drivers there. You know, we've got environmental risk drivers, systemic risk drivers, and then business risk drivers also from wildfire. So
Yeah,
again,
I think we're a few slides behind you. If you
oh,
could
sorry,
catch up.
sir. We're on the wildfire this slide. Whomever might be. Oh, thank you.
All right, sorry to interrupt.
No, I appreciate the notes, sir. Yeah, you guys are prepared. I love it. Thank you. So yeah, again, getting back to our wildfire risk drivers, that really helps you understand a lot about your system and a lot about how to focus your efforts. The two kinds of risks that we can really understand with respect to our system that we can manage, it's the expected versus conditional risk. We see the expected risk is where would we be likely to face the worst impacts from a fire of any cause, including burn probability. So where are those landscape level risks in our system that create the conditions for wildfire? And then also conditional risk. Once that fire has started, what are the potential consequences? Where are they the highest? What values at risk are impacted? And we can model those risks through some tools that we've developed. Next slide, please. This is an overview of our risk model that we've developed, and it calculates two essential functions for us. It gives us the ability to study the likelihood of a tri-state asset being the ignition source of a catastrophic wildfire. And then it also goes to the extent that we can understand the survivability of an asset in the event of a catastrophic fire. So what if fire comes off right of way onto our landscape, much as it did in the Lee fire in Colorado this past year, where our member lost several dozen structures, and we lost 9 230 kilovolt structures in that fire as well. So what goes into this model? It's a model that incorporates that landscape level of wildfire risk, the things that are driven by the three primary components of wildfire, which are topography, fuels, and climate. So what are those conditions on the ground that would propagate wildfire? You know, what is the fire regime there? How does fire interact naturally on that landscape? And then it also incorporates, which I think is the strongest benefit of our model here. What do we know about our assets, our asset condition, asset health, vulnerabilities, age, condition, all those things that would have the potential to be the cause of an accidental ignition. So we couple that landscape level understanding with our assets to drive the development of our risk models. And what you see on this next slide is an output of that risk model. So you see the heat map on the right there, the colored lines within our service territory that depicts the wildfire risk on those lines individually. So we go from the red, of course, being bad, into the blues, which are very low risk. And we're able to dissect our system in a way that allows us to understand where those risks are highest, and therefore where do we put the biggest bang for our benefit. The pixelated image that you see is a close-up of one of these higher wildfire risk lines, and that is a 27 meter square grid that these were calculated at. And each one of those grids, you can actually see that the wildfire risk is different. Although the entire segment might be classified as a high or a moderate wildfire risk, you see within there are other pinpoints and other pockets that are lighting up as a higher wildfire risk. So you know, what we're seeing here, and I think what many of my colleagues have tried to illustrate, is a real narrowing of our focus through utilizing the science and technology to pinpoint those areas of greatest need so that we can be mindful of those risks and what we can do about it. You know, again, layering into that understanding of wildfire risk and condition. On this next slide, we talk about, you know, the ability to use drones. So once we've identified some of those segments that are higher or high wildfire risk, we employ a different inspection philosophy or inspection practice to those lines. Whereas, for example, a low priority line may only receive a visual ground inspection, ground patrol. But if we get into a high wildfire zone, we may employ multiple ground inspections over the course of a year. We may layer on that drones. We may layer on that other technology. We may establish a frequency and a cadence that's just different for that line so that we can ensure we've got eyes on it. And utilizing these drones, of course, has multiple benefits for us. We can use them in a wildfire sense. We can use them in an inspection and a maintenance sense, and to try to get the best use of those data points that we can from that technology. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that in the industry as well. The next slide speaks to our ability to use satellite and LiDAR, again, getting deeper and deeper down to this issue using some very focused technologies. The image on the lower left, you can see a LiDAR scan, of course, here's our transmission lines as well as the vegetation in there. And those trees that are deemed incompatible have been highlighted in red. So that LiDAR gives us very precise information on where and how to conduct thinning operations. The images on the right hand of the screen, the larger map and that narrow segment of line, although it might be a little hard for you to see, and I apologize for that. That's satellite data. We've invested in New Mexico through the use and allocation of MNRD funds through the GRIP process. So thank you very much. State of New Mexico has afforded us the ability to scan 500 miles of transmission line in New Mexico so that we can clearly identify what incompatible vegetation are in the landscape in a treatment program to utilize that. We are showcasing this in a very real sense in the Taos Canyon right now with a very large vegetation management system upgrade project. And this data was very useful to identify, the number of trees that we needed to remove and have a justification for the Forest Service and private landowners on why we needed to move them. So the better data that we have, also the better relationships and conversations we can have with the landowners so that we can, help them understand that we are being precise with our understanding of the system and the needs to address it. We at Tri-State are expanding this program to 1,000 miles of transmission line for the next 3 years. And then following that, we'll reevaluate where we are with our program, where we are with our scans, and put it on another frequency commensurate with the need that we have. Next slide, and I've just got a couple more for you guys here today. Once we dial in and we have that great detail on information, we want to look at site and hazard specific system hardening. You've heard it before, I'll say it again, no two systems are alike. The tools at my disposal are not the same as Otero's, they're not the same as the other IOUs that may have presented themselves today. So we really need to be thoughtful about what our system, what is appropriate for our system, what is appropriate for our risk, and how we can go about employing them to the best benefit of our membership. Another thing that we've launched recently to a higher degree is our wood pole asset management area of focus, knowing that these are failure points in systems. So we're able to take what we understand at a life cycle of a pole and calculate within our system where each pole lives in its life cycle, and then put extra eyes on that, put extra focus on that. If we know something's coming to the end of life cycle, we're going to monitor that more frequently. We're going to do things that allow us to understand the criticality of that particular asset and how much we need to address that. And we do that in the next slide here through a model that helps us to, first of all, categorize our existing wood pole inventory. There were questions about, how do you track your assets? And it's a complicated thing. 36,000 structures alone, and other utilities probably have more. Of course, they have more. To calculate or to have a precise understanding of those assets is of extreme importance to Tri-State, because being a data-driven program, you need to have a pretty solid understanding of what you have and what its conditions are. So once we have that inventory, we can apply some scientifically understood derating factors, what we know about poles and how they would how they would respond to environmental conditions in our service territory, with our loads, with our engineering. And then from that, we can calculate a probability of failure from that. So we can get an idea of when that asset is likely to fail. Of course, we can always get more information from our field crews, the men and women that maintain these systems. They have such great valuable insights that I rely on all the time. We don't just look at models. We talk to people in the field. We talk to our members. We try and make good common sense decisions outside of what the computer's telling us as well. And from that, we can then set these poles of concern into a 10-year replacement plan. Can't go out and do everything all the time. Again, getting back to our strategic approach of understanding the risk drivers and then what we can do about that within our context is of critical importance to us. And that's all the slides I had for you today. I appreciate the time that you guys have afforded me today, and I will stand for any questions that y'all may have.
Thank you for being here and showing how we can track with Mr. Aguilera while it's out.
Actually did go backpacking this weekend. Well, thank you. And, you know, I think one thing that your presentation highlights for me regarding my question a little bit earlier is, you're doing the work on the transmission system on behalf of the cooperatives, and transmission system is more likely to start a fire, I think, just because of the voltage than the distribution system. And so I think that is another reason why the cooperatives are different, given that they have lower voltages that they're handling on their part of the system. Thank you for the presentation. Very informative. Do we have one more from?
Yes, sir. That's all right. Thank you, Curtis. Before more, I was making their way up. But I wanted to cover two quick things. Our board, as our managers, have met with the forest supervisors of the United States Forest. They had never met before. So we put together a group that we're going to work together, because as we met with the supervisors, they were shocked to find out the difference in standards from Cibola National Forest to the Carson National Forest, where decisions were being made at kind of a lower level where they should have been made. So anyway, the goal of this group is they're going to standardize the Forest Service and the requirements with the co-ops throughout the state, and that's what we're going to work towards. The other thing out of that Senate Memorial group, you know, we've discovered that there's a lot of grid mod money out there, and of course we're actively trying to get as many grants as we can to help with this vegetation management. So we're actively doing that. But something we've noticed is in a lot of cases, the utilities aren't eligible for that grid mod money. And we probably should be. So at some point, some type of public partnership ability so that the anti-donation clause doesn't kick in with us, where we could focus that money on certain vegetation places and high-risk areas. So just another. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Did I have that on? Yeah, I do. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here again today. I think you know our situation there in Morris San Miguel, having come off the damages associated with the Herman's Peak Calf Canyon fire. Just to give you an update, we're probably about 90% complete on rebuilding our overhead distribution system throughout our service territory that was damaged. So we're hoping we can complete that entirely by the end of this fall and get that out of the way. During that process where we were looking to respond to the fire, we were made aware of the GRIP, Grid Resiliency Improvement Project, that grant funds made available to the Department of Energy. And we thought at that time, how are we going to respond to this disaster that we're dealing with right now in terms of being able to deal with rebuilding our system, number one, and then dealing with the hazard trees that were going to remain after the fire. So we applied in partnership with T&D Engineering, with Adam Roybal, who's an engineer with T&D, with statewide, Carmen. She helped us quite a bit on this application, and the Thompson Group as well. We partnered to put together an application to submit for funding to help us in that recovery stage. We obtained the grant, $13 million, just over $13 million, $13.6 million grant that was made available to us with the $3 million match from the cooperative. That's the grant that we received award notice in 2023. We accepted the grant in 2024. There was a process of negotiation to obtain those funds. The project was approved on December 17, 24, and we have a deadline of September 29 to complete this, what we're referring to as a three-part wildfire mitigation project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Adam to give you the specifics of the actual projects that we'll be undertaking in this particular project.
Good morning. You guys hear me? I'm Adam Roybal. I'm with T&D Services. We've been supporting Les through our engineering firm for the entire Hermit's Peak and through this GRIP process, not only through the grant process, but with actually implementation. So I'll kind of go over some of the details. I think the other utilities have really covered a lot of ground of what we had to go through, what we had to think about in order to get this funding awarded. I see later in the agenda, there is what are available funding to do this. I think there's a lot of conversation on the membership can't afford all of these nice ideas that us engineers have all the time. So how do we support that? This was a great opportunity. And I think in the co-op stance, they're a small utility. So we were project focused on project focus was to bring the co-op into current standards. So that way we can build a foundation that then can be supported throughout the years. You've heard asset management systems, coordination, specialty devices, specialty fuses. Well, in order to get there, you have to have the core. So we really focus this on what is the core of what we need to implement, and that is a system inventory. Was a large project that we're looking at to really boots on the ground, record every asset, where is it, what condition is it in, and what's on it. So that then built the foundation for all of this modern technology that we want to deploy. That's looking at building a map and a system engineering model now that the co-op has never had in the existence of the co-op. So now we're able as engineers to look at, and we did budget for coordinating the entire system. So coordination means when a fault hits the line, we clear it. So not only are we looking at reliable power, but safety. That's a huge thing that will get both benefits from these devices. So implementation, we looked at across the whole system, 8 feeders of about 4,000 miles of line. So really large system, not very many feeders like others have mentioned. When you have 50, 40-mile feeders, it's really hard to protect them with devices, especially old oil type ancient devices that the systems have due to funding resources being limited to get into modern devices. So we were able to focus on coordinating the entire system is our goal. That means we're going to look at every protective device and we're going to create a plan to deploy, like we saw loss of conductor devices, different type of fuses that are better non-explosion. So that's a big piece of what we're chasing and that we're going to do. We're looking at deploying about 150 reclosers within this project to across the system. That will really not only improve the reliability and outages, but also let us know where things are happening. Right now, we can't tell you where to go cut trees, where are we having faults, where are our difficult feeders very easily through technology. The linemen know, but hard to back up. So this will open up a lot of opportunity there. Power line maintenance is part of it as well. 27,000 pole system. So we're looking at doing anywhere from 10 to 18,000 pole inspections. And we do have budgeted to go in and actually replace these poles. Now we're limited on funding. This project, as you saw, is already 2 years old. By the time I put in those estimates to by the time we got awarded, in those 2 years, we've had major increases on material and labor. So we're gonna have to manage and scale this to accomplish our main goal of coordination and safety and clearing faults before they can start a fire is the goal. Tree clearing, this started actually through the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon. They did not wanna, FEMA did not wanna clear the hazard trees. 170 miles of fire area that burned, about 30 miles of that was hazard trees, burned, completely gone. Very close corridors to the system. 3 years later, they're starting to fall down every time the wind blows into the power lines. So knowing they weren't going, that's what really pushed this grant. Let's get some money, let's clear what we can clear. Since then, FEMA has come back and said, okay, we'll clear the trees. So now we're able to reallocate that money back into some vegetation clearing through residential, through some of the other parts of the system, not just the forested areas. Grass fires are a real thing. They do damage property, not only in but vegetation for wildlife, for ranchers. So there's a lot of areas on the system still working to look through that. I think I'm covering most of this. Slide 5. So a lot of this is huge, and we talk about financially to allow the membership to actually come up to a standard of today with the technology that is available without impacting the current budget. So this is able to get us right in line with modern technology without a rate that has to go to the membership. So a huge opportunity that this would have never been possible without a grant like this, without the support from the state, from federal to get this type of things done. So the increase to the facilities is going to be huge. Really, we're investing $15 million in the system over the next 4 years that would have never had that investment in it. And that's going to be not only good for just the asset management of it, but also the quality of the power. And now we could take our current every year budgets and build on top of this foundation that is being set with this funding. So that's the other benefits, new employees. So this is actually going to support payment for linemen, for vegetation officials, management. So if we say, well, we have a vegetation management plan, we need somebody that can help manage that. Not consultants, but internal personnel. So that's employees are part of this plan. Huge training. So we're about to implement a whole bunch of technology that the line crews have never seen. They're the ones out in the field. They're the ones there all the time. So a lot of training was put into the budgets so that way they can operate these facilities. I can put the most beautiful thing out there. If it can't be operated on the day-to-day in the hazard condition, then it's useless. So a lot of training goes into that. Some documented plans, long-term plans are devices we're putting will be SCADA ready so they can communicate in future when the grid catches up, when the finances catch up to actually put in SCADA, put in some of that. Increase and build on the current wildfire mitigation plan. So there's one. this will allow a little bit of funding to kind of increase that, take another look at it and bring it up to a more current spec of what is being needed. Like others have mentioned, for me, the enjoyable part of this is we usually create and talk about a lot of nice plans, but we never implement them. So this is an engineer's dream of we're able to present the plans and we have the funding to go ahead and implement the plans. So that's a really big benefit to the co-op and in a reasonable amount of time. We're talking in 4 years, we're gonna change the landscape of the way this distribution system operates, the way it clears faults, the way the linemen respond to outages. It's gonna really build a whole different environment for really the membership. So that way they're being heard and they can then go from there. The other slides here, there's a lot of breakdown. This was actually a presentation to the DOE. But our schedule is that we're really pushing 4 phases. We do the design permitting that we're working through. We're in that stage now, kind of getting all the contractors, getting all the projects sorted, getting our budgets set up. Well, we are started the inventory. We are working on that, about 40% complete with that. Phase 2 is where we get into procurement. That's going to be a struggle for us. These devices I've talked about are about 40 weeks out. So when you're on a time crunch to implement some of these funding sources, procurement becomes a very difficult situation. So we're pushing that. That's going to be a big concern for us. And we're continuing to try and fund those early in the project. That way they're ready to deploy as soon as they arrive, not wait. And then we go into construction, probably end of year 2, year 3, we'll be in construction and we'll be implementing this. When I say implement, we're going to go hang all brand new reclosers. We're going to go change every fuse to the correct scheme. Mario mentioned fuse save, fuse blow. We're going to implement a scheme that works best for whatever territory we're within the co-op. And then we're going to go change the devices to do that. We're going to go to every line tap and either change the fuse to a proper size or change it to one of these more modern resettable fuses to prevent some of the really drastic fire areas. Then we get into the testing and commissioning. Once we do all that, then we go in and make sure everything works, finalize all the training, and close out the project. So that's a lot of team members, as Les mentioned, not only from engineers and consultants, but really from all the local entities as well that have stepped up to just support. And it's a real community change, the fact that to be able to put this much money into a distribution system for a small co-op.
I might also add that we have a reporting requirement to DOE on a regular basis. So we're under the gun to make sure we're reporting the progress being made, and we're working to get the job done. There's a lot of times you see these grants come out, you see projects planned and nothing happens or things do not get done. And that's one of the commitments the board has. I have as the CEO for the organization, and of course the engineers have to get that done. We actually contract with the Thompson Group to help us communicate our and report on a required basis to DOE. So we're on top of that. It's difficult. It's kind of like a community development block grant, the state of New Mexico. If you ever had one of those to deal with, it's tedious reporting requirements, but we're gonna adhere to that. The other thing I want to mention too is, you mentioned about being partners with you and you offering the opportunity to help us on dealing with these issues. One of the issues that we're dealing with right now, and I've mentioned it the last time I was here, was this hazard tree removal project. You know, we've estimated over 100,000 hazard trees need to come out. We finally got an obligation from FEMA on what they categorize Cat A as removing the trees that have been cut. Because we've cut a lot of trees without their authorization under the tree removal project that they were reviewing. But they authorized that under an emergency basis because we couldn't get our crews in to rebuild lines because the trees were falling. So it was a dangerous situation. So we got crews in there to remove the trees. They said, well, you can file claims on that under what they refer to as notice of loss under emergency. So we said, okay. So now we have obligation for 19.5 million on this hazard tree removal project through the 178 miles of line. But cash flow that I am dealing with right now is limited because we're in the rebuild. We're also in the GRIP project. And so we had lobbied the legislators last year to introduce a bill that would allow us to apply for that state loan money that's interest-free, Senate Bill 31. That was approved. So we just submitted our application last Monday because they just released it that day. And we submitted the application ready to go because we have that application is for over $50 million. Now DFA, it's all under DFA, that the particular administration of that fund. DFA we're not sure when they're going to respond to our application. It's been almost a week and a half. We have no word from DFA as to what the status is. I've got contractors on hold for the last 3 months that are ready to go out and start this process, but they haven't. I can't afford to do it right now because I don't have the cash to address the invoices once they start coming in. So my request would be if there's any way to talk to Department of Finance Administration, let them know that this is a serious issue and maybe to open the door for us to come in and explain our situation to them so they can understand the urgency that we have on getting those trees out, because once the winter comes in, if we're going to have our heavy snowfalls or our freezing weather, winds, etc., it's going to create some more problems for us on reliability issues. So if you can help us in that way, that would be really appreciated.
Add to that, just to build on what I said, the 53 million that we submitted for was only for a 6-month spend. That's not the project so that's the 6-month spend. If we got awarded, we could go in and clear this. I think before you guys, we sent in, we have a lot of outages currently. Membership is upset. So you guys should have some letters explaining some of what's going on. So as you get the complaints, you're able to see, but supporting less in the co-op and how do we get those funds sooner, and that helps the membership at the end of the day as we clear that hazard.
Commissioners. I just had 2 observations. Really appreciated you sharing the existential pleasure of engineering, which is your work actually gets built, right? So, and then the other is just listening to this and the project and the choices you've had to make, comparing it to what we heard this morning. It would maybe be interesting just to see what choices you've had to make versus what choices IOUs make when they're building these systems out. Because you've got very different cost pressures, right? You've got members who aren't able to rebuild their house because they can't get insurance. On the other end of the stick, a cynical view of utility decision making is what can I get away with in terms of how much can I spend? So between those 2 fictional, hopefully, goalposts, it'd be interesting to compare how that affects the choices that are getting made.
Thank you, commissioners. That's it. I'm sorry the IOUs put us so far behind on the schedule.
All right, thank you for those who came back. And then any utility that's not here is gonna get a knock of 50 basis points off their ROE. I'm just kidding.
ROE minuser.
Yeah, I know. So, it was obviously a joke. I feel like I have to say that since it's
So saying limited jurisdiction.
Okay, so we have Holly Eagleson here from Firescape AI, who's gonna present on some decision-making tools for wildfire response and resilience. I may have gotten the title wrong as we revised it this morning, but turn it over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm Kelly Eagleston. I'm the CEO and founder of Firescape. I used to work at Sandia National Labs. I was a wildfire scientist there for 6 years. Founded Firescape with a co-founder. You go to the next slide, please. We have a team of fire scientists, data scientists, and weather scientists who help utilities understand what their risks are around wildfire. And then we also, next slide, please, show some decision-making tools, both for understanding when and where to do one-shots and public safety power shutoffs by bringing in weather data, satellite imagery, AI, and asset information. We also have a consulting umbrella that focuses on long-term grid hardening optimization, and that's what I'll be speaking to today. Next slide, please. So when thinking about wildfire resiliency, we've talked a little bit today already about what resiliency means, and and thinking about the definition, having a diversity of options so you don't have a single point of failure, adapting, learning, and improving over time, as well as planning for uncertainty. If you could just hit forward a couple times. What we do is we take into account all the different conditions around vegetation, tree mortality, fuel moisture, what's going on the ground in terms of wildfire likelihood, and look at it both from encroachment risk, where the utility might be negatively impacted by fires that start off-site and come into the power lines, as well as if the utility actually starts the fire. Next slide, please. And so this is shown on the left by encroachment risk from a fire starting off-site and then coming into the fire. And then next, you can see, just next slide, please. You can see the animation of the utility cause fire and where that fire might spread to from there. And then the consequence of it. So what buildings might be in that fire path. And so we take all of that information into consideration, and we've developed a model that will basically optimize all the information around what's going on with wildfire risk, what's going on with mitigation investments, how effective are those investments, and then optimizing those treatments to help utilities decide when and where to do that. So to go into a little more detail about how that decision-making process is made and what data we use. Next slide, please. We focus on several modalities around utility equipment caused wildfires. So the big one is, wire contact with an object. And so tree fallen is the big one. And we have a model that looks at that specifically by looking at canopy cover, tree height, slope, depth to bedrock, soil depth to bedrock, as well as some other factors. And then we also look at lightning history too. And so we pull in GLM lightning data to map out density maps of where lightning trends are more frequent across the utility landscape, and recommend the density of lightning arresters based on that. So based on looking at these different equipment ignition modalities, whether that's from a tree falling in, or it's from lightning, or it's from an equipment failure, we have a model for each one of those. And then next slide. We next look at, now that we have a likelihood of ignition, what's the likelihood of that ignition turning into a fire? So we actually model fire spread, and we have an in-house proprietary model for wildfire spread, and specifically the wind data that goes into it. That's really high resolution. And then we run thousands of those simulations over the utility asset data. to show a final burn probability map of what communities might be at higher risk of impact given, these different fire starts. Next slide, please. The next thing that we pull in is suppression data. So trying to understand what locations are harder to suppress, where suppression likelihood might not be as successful. So things like single egress neighborhoods, for example, firefighters are not going to be positioning themselves in a dangerous situation where there's only one way in and one way out. So that's higher risk for them as well as the people living there. So we've gone in and we've mapped every single egress road and the territories we work in. And then we also map travel time from a fire station to a power line. So for every section of power line, we have a model that says how long it might take to get from a fire station to that location. And that's what's the map in the middle shows that. And if we look at the insurance industry for property values, for home property insurance, they use a metric of 7 minutes. So if there's a fire station within 7 minutes of a home, you have a higher likelihood of fast response to that home and less damage from fire specifically. So we don't use that 7-minute threshold, but it's the same idea where we're mapping travel time to say that these areas, they're more remote, and so suppression activity might be delayed there. And it goes into our overall modeling. And then the last one on the right is showing the wildfire suppression difficulty index. That comes from the Forest Service, and it looks at things like how complex the terrain is for when they go and send firefighters into these locations. Next slide, please. So we combine those things finally with the consequence modeling. So when we do wildfire risk modeling, where we're synthetically igniting a fire for every section of the power line, intersecting with the buildings, and then bringing that value back to the power line. So anything that's in red there is an area that would impact a lot of buildings. And so with all these things combined, we then get a picture of where high consequence fires might be if they were started from the electric grid. And then that helps to pinpoint for the utilities when and where they need to be focusing on mitigation. So then the next question, next slide, please, is about what type of mitigation should they be investing in? So this data comes from California because it's all publicly available over there. And as I mentioned before, the contact from an object to the line is the #1 cause of ignitions. And so when looking at different types of mitigation, anything that is, covered conductor or undergrounding lines is quite effective, but also very expensive. Next slide, please. So we look at a variety of different mitigation options. These are just a few with the mitigation effectiveness reported in the scientific literature. And so we look at things like fast trip settings, covered conductors, undergrounding, and enhanced vegetation management strategies. And we apply those to every section of the line in a Monte Carlo fashion. And then next slide, please. With our proprietary algorithm, we're able to optimize when and where you should do a treatment and what type of treatment is most effective to give you essentially the biggest bang for your buck, where you're going to be most effective in your spending to reduce ignition likelihood and that high consequence area, and what type of mitigation strategy should you be using. Oh, if you could just hit next a few times. And so the animation, but it's not animating. Okay, well, on the right side is an output of the map where it would show after we run the optimization model, it identifies where you should be installing non-explosive fuses, where you should be strategically undergrounding. This is all based on a cost benefit analysis, as well as identifying a specific budget over time. And then on the graph on the left, it shows what the specific recommendations are in terms of percentage of your budget. So for this particular model, it's recommending strategic undergrounding because that's the most effective in certain locations. And then beyond that, looking at full retrofitting and so on. So this is analysis that we do for utilities so that they can really be effective in their strategies. Next slide, please. So we really help them understand where to invest in grid hardening, what to invest in, and how much risk is brought down. So we also look at things like an annualized wildfire risk and how much that fire costs the utility and the communities really, and how that loss could be avoided by a certain mitigation strategy. And then next slide, if you combine that with fuels thinning strategies, especially next to the right of way, we have some models that can show how effective that can be at protecting the community, where you combine grid hardening with fuels thinning. And so that way you're reducing ignition. And then if there somehow still is an ignition, you're reducing the likelihood of spread to those communities. And with those two mitigation treatments, then you're really starting to get to the point where you are protecting these communities. Next slide, please. And then this is something that we're working on right now. We have so we're putting all of those models into a software to track utility risk and the status of mitigation. So folks, before we're talking about, tracking spending, tracking mitigation goals, this is exactly what we're trying to build, where it would all be in one place, where the utility could see how much spending is focused on what mitigation type, how has that impacted the number of ignitions that have been started versus previous years, and be able to really start to track their progress towards wildfire resiliency. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions?
Sorry for this because it comes from the engineer in me, too good to be true, but how do you verify your models? Already setting fires to see how the impact.
Yeah. Yeah, so for the wildfire spread piece, we can actually backcast it from historic fires. And so we will compare the fire spread from our algorithm to the wildfire spread that you might have seen in a historic fire, and then compare the two. And they're never going to be an exact match. It is a model, and we don't have all the suppression information. So when and where the firefighters are putting down dozer line or doing retardant drops, our models aren't going to show that. They don't have the suppression in them. But that's one way that we kind of evaluate the wildfire spread piece. Mm-hmm.
And then how would the utility be receiving, I guess, recommendations on what areas to prioritize? Is it like, do they run the model? Do you do it for them? Or are they getting like a report weekly, monthly? How does that work?
Yeah. So we run the model, and then we work with them to fine tune it for what makes sense for their budget, what makes sense in their the things that they might consider in mitigation. And then we provide a map of where to do the different treatments. So kind of like the screen that had where to do reclosers, where to do strategic undergrounding, that's what they'll receive, is they'll get an actual map that shows them where to do specific treatments that have been optimized for their budget.
Okay, thank you. And then, would you guys be prepared to participate in, like a rate case proceeding or, yeah, sometimes the utility is gonna have to, demonstrate that they made prudent decisions, right, in their investments?
Yeah, I mean, we have reporting on all of the methodology that we've done in-house to support a utility. So yeah, we can definitely provide any information around the methodology around it.
Yeah, was your question, could your firm be an expert witness instead of a utility client?
No, actually, it was more about the information, the data that the utility or their expert witness would be providing.
And I'm just kind of struggling with how do we referee those.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, that's a good point. And so it's yeah, I was just thinking about, the discovery process and how that would kind of the outcome of that and the process for all of that. So any other questions or comments? Okay. Great. Well, thank you. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your flexibility. So, I'm following the schedule correctly. We're now ready for the next presentation, and this is going to be a panel moderated by our very own Mackley Keyroll. And I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, everybody, for being here. So like the chair said, today's panel is about right-of-way in New Mexico. We'll be looking at access, staffing, costs, and how we coordinate with agencies. I'd like to introduce the panelists. We have Abigail Pilecki, for MNERD's Community Wildlife Defense Grant and Coordinator. We also have Wesley Gray, VP of Operation and Engineering at PNM. And online, we have Jake Van Reen. He's the staff's wildfire consultant from Van Reen Accounting. Jake, can we do a mic test real quick?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear. Yep. All right, so thank you, everybody. So yeah, I have a phone here so I could keep track of time. Okay, so we don't go too overboard. Okay, so yeah, let's start with the fundamentals before moving into the practical challenges. Okay, so I'll start with you, Abigail. What standards and criteria guide right-of-way width and size? And associated with that, what are the best practices used?
Okay, all right. Perfect. Okay, I was hitting the wrong one. Okay, so yeah, and right away in New Mexico, we're looking at site-specific characteristics, but we're ultimately looking at the width of the right-of-way needs to capture the flame length to the slope to the tree height. And now we've already talked about there's the hazard tree issue. So that's what we're seeing as an ultimate issue. So right-of-way is a strategy in our forest action plan. So we have that lined out, and our first strategy is putting together a toolkit, a utility toolkit for P&M, electric co-ops to utilize, and we're working with ECAM right now to get that going.
Thank you. Wes?
Right-of-way width is determined by the engineering design of a particular line. So it depends on the voltage of the line. And the engineering design comes with provisions from the National Electrical Safety Code, which provides clearances above ground and from structures and other things. There's some standards in the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, the NERC standards. There's a few NERC things that we have to take into consideration when we're providing it. Its capacity of the line. There's a whole bunch of factors that go in, and then engineers are designing those structures. And the right-of-way width is really determined on basically, you put those standards together and then what kind of corridor you're going to need to be able to safely operate that structure to keep clearances away. Things that are taken into account are the height of the structure, number and distance between the structures and conductors, how long the spans are, how much wind is going to play in what we call the blowout or the wind sway, the sag of the conductors, clearances of terrain. If you're going over more hilly terrain, we have to go shorter span lengths, which changes it, but normally we'll standardize based on voltage class, 100, 150, 200 foot right away for the EHV. For distribution, standards have sort of changed over time. Distribution structures are typically lower to the ground. They could be anywhere on a 35-foot pole, which is 28 feet above ground upwards to 50, 60-foot tall pole. And with those, you're typically closer to structures, houses, and trees because the lines are much shorter. And with those, you've got to take that into account when generating a right-of-way. Historically, they were 5 to 10 foot for overhead. That's evolved. The utilities are now starting to look at bigger corridors, 15, 20 foot right-of-ways for distribution. And it's to get that clearance. With them, one of the other considerations is also OSHA working clearance. So as structures get taller and taller to take advantage of the land, they come into those proximity of those power lines, and then they have to provide safe working space between the lines. So utilities are adding to right-of-way widths to try to provide that worker safety, to keep people out of that. We'll have a 10-foot buffer between most distribution and a structure for worker safety, so they can get in there and safely work, paint, roof, do those kinds of activities on structures. So the rights of way vary based on those things.
Yeah, that makes sense. And someone had talked about before about how the buffer standards have been changing. So and I bring this to you, Jake, from a commission standpoint. I imagine that the standards change depending on the type of land, where it's state land, federal land, private owners. Can you tell us how these standards differ significantly across these jurisdictions, and how would you navigate that?
Yeah, there could be significant differences. What Wes was pointing out is, what we look to. I'm an accountant, but when we look for prudency of these costs, we look to those standards, whether it be NERC industry standards. We also look to the local or state guidelines. For example, California has some more aggressive removal that's in legislation. Some of the hurricane-prone states, it's a little different than wildfire, but they have some very specific requirements around system hardening and vegetation removal based on the risk profile of those states. So we look to that state and local guidance to demonstrate the prudency of the costs that these utilities are incurring. And one last thought on this, we've been talking about the size of the right-of-way. What Holly mentioned earlier was very important around, we're seeing a lot of strategic undergrounding. So it's becoming more complicated than just, size, the width of it, but whether you have the appropriate right-of-way. It's somewhat of a new issue for electric utilities to potentially need undergrounding right-of-ways as well, if it comes to that.
Thanks for that, Jake. And now that we've talked about the standards and permissions, let's turn to the real world barriers when trying to access these right-of-ways. What do you think are the most common barriers to secure timely access, and how could these be streamlined? We'll start with you, Jake, then Abigail, and then Wes.
Yep. What we see across the country with utilities and regulators is legal and regulatory issues, whether that's a state, municipality, federal, or an individual. Administrative challenges, it's complicated. There's a lot of paperwork. Sometimes the right-of-way recorded might be old or have errors or issues. Landowner negotiations can become very complex depending who the landowner is, if they're an individual or a corporation, farm, agriculture, et cetera. And then logistical challenges, actually just getting out and doing it. So we're seeing those four types of issues generally. And again, as an accountant, we see those as cost drivers. So when we see projects that seem unusually expensive and it involves a right-of-way, we look to see what's causing it. It's usually falling into one of those categories.
Thanks, Jake. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the categories again? You said it's legal, logistical?
Legal and regulatory. That's lawyers, courts, other regulatory proceedings. administrative inefficiencies that can be either on, utility side, state side, or the individual side. The third bucket is landowner negotiations. Depending on who owns that land, it can be very complicated and drawn out. And the fourth bucket is logistical challenges.
Thank you. Abigail?
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think that's a lot of good information that we're also covering in that Senate Memorial too, and that's what we're trying to tackle there. As long as in regard to the private landowners, that's somewhere that the forestry division can step in and assist in ways because we have that built connection. And then other, pre-season engagement, we can get together and talk about those things more on a regular basis.
Yeah, some of the barriers, as I stated, it's landowners, and New Mexico being more of a checkerboarded pattern. I mean, we will have utility easements on private property, but then for public lands, whether it's state land, federally administered lands, it's those permits that you might have, and trying to coordinate all of that effort can be somewhat of a challenge. And so in a right of way, in doing work, whether it's inspections, it's veg management, it's repairs, it's patrols, it's access and getting permissioning. And depending on who the administrator of the lands are, that permissioning can get somewhat complicated. If it's a tribal entity, for say, we typically will get approval before we enter into a property. They have culturally sensitive areas which they want to protect. So they want to know where we're going, what we're doing. And it's just because of bad actors out there who have accessed those tribal areas and done things like stealing artifacts. So it's different for them. For more federal agencies, it's more knowing where you are, because if something happens out there, they need to know where you are on the landscape. Private property, we have a lot of third-party owners who are not here. So there's challenges in just hold the landowner piece and trying to get with that. You're saying the logistics piece of it, the administrative burden of it, of trying to fill out all these different entities and organizing the little bit of challenge, and it takes a lot of time. And then surveying those properties when you're getting this and permissions, it'd be a challenge, because sometimes you have to go out and do new environmental cultural resource surveys to make sure that the areas you're going to go in, the areas you're going to traverse going into and out of a right of way, you're not going to impact a cultural resource, because some of these lines were built many years ago. I have a case in southern New Mexico where we have a line on BLM land, but all the land around it is in an area of cultural significance. And so accessing the line itself is a problem. It's been there for 50 years, but just getting in and out and getting that permissioning it takes more time than you think. And so we have to think about that when we start our permissioning process and get way out ahead of it.
Thanks, Wes. I appreciate that, especially you touching on the tribal and cultural component, because that's something that doesn't get talked about often. And since you represent the utilities side over here, the next question I'd like you to start, because I know access, as you said, is one side of a challenge. Another major piece is making sure you have the people and skills on the ground to do the work once the access is granted. So how are you addressing skilled and staff contractor shortages? Are there shortages for right-of-way work? And are there joint contracting or regional crews available as a viable solution?
For PNM, we sign contracts, multi-year agreements with larger vegetation management companies, with line contracting companies, to try to have enough resources to be able to do the type of work necessary. So if it's veg management work, we use those bigger companies because they can scale, increase workforce, reduce workforce as needed to be able to get in and do work in those areas. And so those long-term, larger scale contract partnerships are really important to be able to do it. And for other activities such as a public safety power shutoff, when we have a line off, we're going to have to go inspect. We sign multiple contracts for firms to do line inspection, to do line repair, depending on what damage is found. We're trying to get multiple contractors to do helicopter patrols to try to speed that. And it's trying to have resource availability. So it takes a little more logistic work in the beginning to get those contracts in place. so that when it comes time to do those activities, you can speed that process up as much as you can. But it's really about having scalability in your available resources.
Okay, thank you. Abigail, would you like to answer?
Yeah, and for the forestry division, we have a few avenues. We have a statewide price agreement. We have a list of local contractors, and it's really nice to hear that the co-ops are, empowering themselves and kind of creating their own workforce. But it varies. For the Southern Sacramento, sometimes we see some contractor gaps, and we need more contractors down there to get the work done. For example, we were facilitating House Bill 1 funds, and we contracted out Davy to get some of that hazard tree marking around the power lines, and there was another liability concern there. So I think knowing troubleshooting each layer to the ground level is going to be very important for moving forward. But the workforce, I'm feeling confident about in most areas of the state.
That's good to hear that confidence. So you mentioned that there's a statewide agreement. Is there a possibility for, and I don't know if this is happening already, for MNERD to be collaborating with the IOUs or the co-ops?
Absolutely. We do so through my program, CWDG, and we might cover this a little bit more, but I'm hoping to get in contract with some of the co-ops through the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. And with that opportunity, they would be able to use our statewide price agreement, put an RFP out, or however they would like to go forward with that. And just on that note, I do want to, they have 6 applications in, and cycle 3 should be awarded in a few weeks. So I have my fingers crossed for them. That's a $38 million request for vegetation management. So
$38 million, that's a lot. And Jake, and because now I'm thinking this all comes with a price tag. So let's talk about the cost dimensions. And so this one goes out to you, Jake. How significant are right-of-way costs in wildfire mitigation budgets? And how would a utility or an agency manage / offset them?
The costs are significant. If you look at wildfire plans and the costs associated with those across the country, veg management in particular is pretty high, and that activity that takes place on right-of-ways can be significant. Now, go back to the prior question around contractors. That can be a cost-efficient way to do it. As Wes said, they can scale up, they can scale down. Some of the challenges we've seen to be aware of if you're using new contractors is, do they have the training for those cultural resources so they're not impacting that in an adverse way unintentionally? Do they have, if they're getting third-party data around PII, personally identifiable information for third-party owners, do they have the training and protections in place for that, including cybersecurity standards? So that's where we've seen some hiccups on contractors, which can delay bringing them on, which can increase the costs. To get back to your question, some effective cost mitigation tools we've seen is risk-based modeling. It's a little bit follow on to what Holly was saying earlier. Where are you going to put your resources? Where does the risk really exist? How do we know that? Some of the commissioners' questions verify that. But the utilities have tons of data, spatial analysis and platforms. They have GIS, they have forestry data, they have detection data, weather data. So a lot of this stuff exists. It's utilizing that to be cost effective when you roll out these plans for vegetation management, system hardening, and then determining which right-of-ways are going to require this work. And if it is going to be very time consuming and costly to change a right-of-way or access a right-of-way, do you have alternatives? Maybe there's a way to serve load by routing around that, or have PSPS programs that incorporate that risk if you're not able to timely address right-of-way issues. So it's a big part of wildfire budgets, but we are seeing some better cost mitigation efforts come out across the country.
Thanks for that response, Jake. Yeah, I imagine there's a big trade-off between cost efficiency and like the actual safety component of right-of-ways. Abigail or Wes, would you like to also answer that question?
Sure. For P&M, right-of-way related costs and wildfire mitigation, 40 to 60%, depending on what it is. It's managing those crews. as my colleague mentioned earlier, we're using a product that uses satellite data from flyovers that are occurring about every 6 hours and AI, which helps us, determine distance of vegetation from existing power lines and in the corridor. It helps us identify potential dead and dying trees that are out there for the hazard tree mitigation. All of that is put together to try to optimize that veg management program, to put the resources where we need them in the areas of highest risk. PNM is also doing wildfire risk assessment, looking at where those fire spreads are, those areas of particular impact, and we're always adding tools to try to optimize that as best we can. And that's the interesting thing about the market at this point, is that it's changing so quickly and new products are coming out all the time. So it's trying to make a good decision and try to almost future-proof what you're doing so that you're going to have some longevity with it, and products that are going to grow with your program. But it's doing those things to optimize your spend, to try to take the best advantage, get the most benefit out of your investment, and improve that customer experience. So like we talked earlier, it's improving that resiliency as well as the wildfire piece of it to protect the community, and it's trying to optimize all that and come up with a package.
Thanks for sharing that. Abigail, let me just reiterate the question. How significant are right-of-way related costs in the overall wildfire mitigation budget, and what approaches exist to manage or offset these costs?
Well, when Mario with Otero County was up, he was saying that, 10% a year of his operational budget goes in, and I forget who the other cooperative was next to you. Jemez was 25%, and that's about 2.5 million. And just to go back to just the cooperative request, that would just be a shot in the arm of the need that's across the state right now. And so it would empower the co-ops to give back that operational cost. So that's what I'm looking at. And I look at all these tools. I try to incorporate them at the fire planning task force. And I think we should be looking at that not just for utilities, but for community wildfire protection plans.
Thank you. And yeah, so cost is one layer. Another layer is coordination, especially when it comes to right-of-ways going across tribal lands where cultural and historical considerations are paramount. And this is something you had mentioned before, Wes. So I'd like to ask you how right-of-way projects actually coordinated with the tribal governments. And I know you said there's some sensitivity in the process. So I want to know if there's something that can be balanced,
Yeah, PNM has a dedicated tribal relations team. And so they have direct contact with all the tribal entities in the areas that we're serving or we have right-of-ways through. And they have what I'll term as a 24/7 open door. So they have contacts with the tribe, and the road goes both ways. So sometimes it's just getting outage information from the PNM side. And for us, if there's an emergency or there's a need to access, we have a direct contact with the tribe available 24/7 so that we can get in and deal with emergency situations. Normally, we'll just deal with the tribal government through our tribal relations team to get out and set up a project, talk about scope of work, size of crew. As I stated earlier, location is a big thing. We have NDAs with several of our tribal members. We have some of those areas that have biological or culturally sensitive areas, so we know where they are. They know where our lines are. We're sharing that data so that we're not getting crossways with each other as far as access or where we need to go, where our people need to go. We generalize some of that stuff for our crews when they're out there. So they have tools, GIS tools, that they can pull up, and then they can look at these zones where they're not supposed to be. So we classify those areas so they know where they're not supposed to go to try to prevent us from damaging a culturally sensitive site. But it takes a lot of work to balance out the safety piece, the reliability piece, compliance, sensitivity to their cultural resources and their tribal beliefs, because they have so many feast days and festivals that we have to try to coordinate efforts around. That they don't want us out on their tribal lands, and we don't want to be there. We don't want to interrupt. So it takes a lot of coordination with those entities to make sure that the relationship stays strong and that we've got a open, transparent communication with them.
Thanks. That was very interesting to know. Just one question I thought of when you were saying that, like, how often does this occur without delaying the projects? Because a lot of time goes into it, and
for most projects, you know, when we're in the design kind of phase, we will be out there with them, letting them know what we're doing. So they know where we're going, what we're proposing. We're working with them to try to pick a location that's going to be suitable to build a power line if we're serving new facilities. For existing facilities, we've got all this stuff pre-mapped. And generally, if we have an outage, we have something where we know we're going out on tribal lands now to go respond, that call also goes to the tribal government then and there. So they know when we dispatch that crew that, hey, that crew is on their way, and we coordinate who they need to meet, where they need to meet, if we need an escort, if they're in a particularly sensitive area, whatever logistics needs to happen between the entities. Sometimes if it's in the middle of a tribal residential area, it's not as big of an issue. They'll just say, yeah, go ahead and go do your line patrol, get the lights back on. In some of these other areas that might be a little more remote, they want an escort, they want somebody there. So it's just coordinating all of that. But that's that 24/7 open door. We have to have those conversations anytime we're going out onto their lands because of being the sovereign entities that they are.
that makes sense. And it's good to hear that this coordination is happening in real time or as close to real time as possible. I don't know if Abigail or Jake want to answer this. If not, I'm happy to move on to the next question.
I don't have much to add on that one.
Well, my comment will bridge us to the next. Okay, if that's fine.
Yeah.
But just, I want to noteworthy that I'm really looking forward to learn more about tribal relations through the Senate Memorial too. So we'll breach that and that will be in the report. But I do want to mention that to go along with tribal, cultural, and resources. So in the Forest Action Plan, sub-strategy 4.5 is we don't want to impact any of our state's most valuable resources. So that is also included. And a metric that we could use is number of right-of-way projects using the environmental resource tool, so ERT. And that could be, and I think this really goes back to having a strong standards and having that strong outline of this is going to be our standard operating procedure for utilities for the state to kind of get on that same page. So.
Thanks for sharing that. And you said it was Forest Action Plan section 4.5? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so then this next question goes to you, Abigail. I want to talk about this is a broader question. Because we've talked about specific issues like access, staffing costs, and cultural resources. Let's step back, think about coordination across a broader landscape of state agencies, utilities, and local governments. So what role should stronger coordination play between utilities like between utilities and agencies like MNERD and the PRC? Are there any coordination gaps that can add or cost delay?
I do want to applaud us for starting now, so I think this is a really good thing. And I'm just going to be transparent. And what Thad said earlier about wearing multiple hats, that's what we do in the forestry division as well as everyone. So I'm community wildfire defense. I'm on borrowed time for 5 years, but I help with utilities and I've built a really nice relationship through the fire planning task force, through the community wildfire defense grant. So just going to their annual meetings, being a face and keep showing up is really important. And I think the only gap is and I hate to say it, but the capacity issue after the fact. So we have the strategy for the Forest Action Plan, but we don't have a program coordinator to help implement. So it's going to get shuffled around a little bit. But with the Senate Memorial and the push and all the partners coming together, that's what's going to make a difference going forward. So I think we are on the right track. And that's at every level. And, what the co-ops are doing and just being a part of that, it's been really great to see.
Thank you for that. Wes?
Yeah, we've been working on trying to build that relationship with MNERD, with the State Department of Homeland Security, bunch of different agencies to try to build those relationships. And it's to increase understanding of each side's needs. Again, it's communicating and working together to understand needs, standards, requirements, things that might slow down the process. Try to be proactive and try to build those relationships to avoid delays. We're seeing it across the board. A federal right-of-way permit that used to take 6 months, we have some that are in the 3-year time frame right now of getting a permit renewal. And some of that is lack of staffing. Some of that is just the administrative process of the agencies. It becomes problematic. Ideally, you'd like to see some kind of MOU across multiple agencies, tribal entities, everything to try to standardize, streamline, but in practicality, that may not be really doable. But with that being said, it's just trying to get out in front of those groups as much as possible, build the relationships. And then when you're getting ready to do a project, getting out in front of them as soon as you can. When you have this idea and you're pre-planning, get out in front of them and provide them the information they're going to need so that they can make decisions in a timely manner and help you execute on time.
Thanks for that. That's a good point about an MOU, but since we don't have that, and I know Abigail mentioned this and Vince mentioned this before, the Senate Memorial 2 group, and I know you've been a part of it too. So that's great because it brings all these stakeholders together. And this is kind of like our existing task force to try to solve this issue. But I'd like to kind of wrap this up and by looking forward, and I'll start this with Jake. What's needed at the policy or regulatory level to make right-of-way management more effective in the future?
Yeah, I think good segue to our accounting discussion in a few minutes. First off, I think, well described wildfire mitigation plans, which will incorporate right of ways and what's required there will be very helpful. Funding alignment is also very helpful. When we start talking about the types of costs that are associated with wildfire mitigation and right of way specifically in this instance, identifying the appropriate funding mechanism for those is very helpful. It sets the right pricing signals, and you can really identify what the appropriate response is based on the level of risk you're buying down, with keeping affordability in mind. So, of course, the accountant's going to say funding alignment, but I do think that's really important. And the last piece is workforce development. We've talked a lot about contractors versus staffing, having the appropriate training, making sure people are sensitive to cultural locations, understanding third-party owners and what the protocols are for accessing that, communication, et cetera. So that's our perspective is, funding alignment, workforce development, and setting up those wildfire mitigation plans to be responsive to the larger risk of wildfires, but also the constraints that right-of-ways may put in place. So.
Thank you for that, Jake, Abigail, or Wes.
So other than, us sharpening our own set of tools that we have coming together as the Senate Memorial 2, we're coming forward with legislative and non-legislative strategies of how we can move forward. Capacity I already mentioned, and just basically what we're doing with, legislative needs, we need to do that. We got to look at our partners. We got to look at our neighbors in Arizona. Maybe we can get into a good neighbor authority, things like that. We have to get crafty with the resources and take advantage of the funding opportunities, because CWDG, the co-ops were able to capitalize. P&M being a for-profit was not able to capitalize on, and CWDG we can't treat on federal, so we have to kind of just craftsmith where our strategies.
Okay, yes, now to you, Wes, last but not least. And also, if you have multiple ones, and not to put you on the spot, after those multiple ones, if there's one piece of statute or legislation you could change that would have the biggest impact in terms of right-of-ways, what would that be?
Probably developing a more standardized blanket permit that's multi-year, and that we put a lot of forethought into the development of the permit, which provides for these activities, including such things as herbicide use out there. Do all of that legwork up front so that we can streamline that process of actually doing the work and making it a lot faster. That would probably be the biggest thing, the biggest impact to do it, to make this thing work and work efficiently.
Well said. And I'd like to thank all the panelists today. Been a real valuable discussion. We went from the standards to things like the nuts and bolts to access and staffing constraints and cost. So I'd like to pass it over to the commissioners to see if they've had any questions.
Thank you for moderating, Mackley, and for, you know, the panelists. Also want to recognize that our state forester, Laura McCarthy, joined us this afternoon. Good to see you. I like this format. I feel like you could ask questions that I feel like I shouldn't. But commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Just observation, you know, from chatting with Mackley, I understood that Senate Memorial 2 group was doing good work, but through the course of today, I'm realizing it's even a richer experience than I thought. So good on everybody who's been participating in that. And then since the boss is here, I will say Abigail represents very well. I would say that even if the boss wasn't.
Mr. Chair, maybe the comment or the question I have is traditionally rights of way have been an interplay between two competing desires. Number one, the landowner traditionally doesn't want people on their land. And to the extent that people are on their land, they want to minimize the area impacted by that third party. Whether it's pipeline, transmission line, road, whatever it may be. The other competing concern is the cost. And the person who wants to use the land wants to minimize their cost associated with that right of way. So you oftentimes see right of way agreements that have maybe a couple components, a construction phase that was usually a wider right of way width than an operational phase, which generally narrowed it down to a minimum area. And I suspect that a lot of transmission lines have, you look at the right of way agreement, it's going to have a construction phase and an operational phase. And so my question is, we now have all these other concerns that we're having to deal with. And my question is, have your right-of-way agreements, are they being modified, and are your negotiations with landowners a little different today than in prior years?
I would say absolutely. So you're right. You either have two agreements, a construction easement and an operational easement, or it's all in one and it's phased in. But yes, we have to take in different considerations for that use and what that looks like over time. It can get complicated. And as properties change hands, the new owner may have a different view of that easement and how you access it. He may want you to come in on a particular access gate and not allow you, you still have access to get in and out of the right of way, but he may limit your access going out of a gate that you may have historically used. So the nature of them changes. And so the agreements have evolved over time. We talked a little bit about width, but there's more to it than that. They're constantly being looked at, and as we operate the system, we have to make those operational changes. And so we look at those easements and we modify them, or the permits. We mentioned earlier, our permits with the U.S. Forest Service were a little bit different. And as we go back in for our renewals, typically now renewal is about a 25-year process for a 25-year permit. But as we go back in, we're starting to talk to them about opening that right of way up, having better access for our crews to provide for wildfire safety, provide for resiliency, look at hazard tree removal. Those are things that we never thought about when we did those permits 25 or 50 years ago, depending on the permit. So they're constantly being done, and there has to be more negotiations as you go in for permit renewals. to open that up and start thinking differently because the conditions have changed, the environmental conditions have changed. So we have to be a little more adaptive and we have to look at alternatives, things that we haven't had to look at before. But that's being looked at as we go back in for permit renewal.
Well, when we talk about expanded rights of way or whatever to deal with some of these issues, I imagine from the landowner's perspective, they're also wanting more compensation for that additional width or those additional rights that go with it. And you know, of course, those costs get passed on through the process as well. And so I would hope that there's some mechanism to deal with the desire to still limit the cost. And that there's still some incentive to limit the cost of acquiring those rights of way. And at the same time, deal with the additional issues you're having to deal with, hazard trees that are outside the traditional right of way, where you really don't need the land, but you need the ability to deal with issues that arise on that land outside of your right of way. Maybe the same consideration should not be paid to the landowner to deal with those trees, because all you're gonna do is cut down a tree or something, as opposed to actually occupying and letting machinery traverse that area. You're gonna go in, you're gonna cut a tree down and move it off. And so it seems to me that there ought to be some mechanism where you're not paying the same amount of value for that activity as you are for the putting your poles in the ground, putting your lines in the air, and having the right to run your equipment from point A to point B.
Yeah, absolutely. We look at that as we come up on those particular lands where we have those permit renewals, where we're paying for a renewal. We look at the renewal cost, and in certain cases, when the renewal cost gets to a point where it's greatly exceeding our annual kind of maintenance costs on it for veg, for whatever that is, when those costs get that high, then we start looking at that cost. We're doing that cost benefit, and is it more prudent to go acquire an easement or buy land rights than it is to pay a landowner for a 25-year lease? And so you know, as a utility, you're doing that balancing act of what's the capital construction of building a new line and relocating out of that particular corridor versus the cost of renewing the permit. And then you got to look at that cost benefit. Some of those, if you choose to move the line, you may get cost benefit because there may be reductions in veg management and other things of maintaining that right of way that the other right of way may not have. So you got to look at those alternatives and make the best decision you can of that right of way. And so we have some that are coming up that we're having to do those evaluations. So the engineering teams are out there looking and evaluating what's the cost of building and relocating and obtaining a new right of way versus just paying that fee. So it's not just a blanket rubber stamp, we're going to stay here forever. We don't think that way. You have to think a little more dynamically of what's in the best interest of the public, what's the best cost option for those consumers, that we're not looking at trying to put upward pressure.
What used to be a simple process has now gotten a lot more complicated.
Well, thank you for your presentations. Good discussion. So we did have a break schedule, or we do have a break scheduled from 2 to 2:15. Checking with fellow commissioners to see, do you need a break? Maybe we can actually get done a little bit earlier. Thank you, Mackley, for getting us back on track. So if we're ready, and we do have Jake, he was just on, who's our next presenter. We have a Jake and one of his associates will be speaking about state and federal funding opportunities. Jake, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Mackley, do you want us to bring up the presentation?
Patrick will be able to do that.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me pull that up here.
Okay. You can jump right to slide 3 when you get it up. If you have any trouble, we don't mind pulling it up. So. All right, so quick introduction. So I'm Jake Van Reen, founder of Van Reen Accounting. I've been doing this for about 17 years, working with utilities on all things rate and regulatory. Over the last 5 years, that's increasingly wildfire costs and mitigation plans. We spend a lot of time, both Ashley and I, working on that. So we're here to give some sense of what this stuff costs, what the activities are that we normally see in mitigation plans, and what some of the funding mechanisms are. So with that, Ashley, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Poe. I am from New Orleans, Louisiana. Like Jake said, we have experience doing forensic accounting and consulting work with utilities. Most relevant to this presentation, over the last 7 years or so, we have focused on cost recovery filings related to catastrophic and wildfire mitigation costs, particularly for West Coast utilities.
All right, if you don't mind going to the next slide, Patrick. So we were trying to think of what we should say for the background, but your peers in California said it better than I could. Really what they're saying is the number of fire incidents is increasing, hotter, drier conditions, longer seasons, and lower moisture levels. It's making it easier to ignite. And the drier the fuels are, the more rapidly the fires can expand. I think we all know that. That's why you're having these workshops. There's a recognition of the risk in the West, specifically New Mexico as well, and across the country. We're seeing them out. I live in Rhode Island. We saw big fires in New Jersey. But in the second paragraph here, what I think is so important to keep in mind when we're talking about cost is that utility infrastructure has been responsible for less than 10% of reported wildfires. So, all of us here at this workshop are focused on mitigating wildfire risk as it relates to utility infrastructure. If we could spend an enormous amount of money, get that down to 0, and we'll still have wildfires. So I'm not saying that to suggest we don't do anything, but we do have to keep in perspective, we don't control wildfire risk generally. We only control that risk as it relates to utility and utility infrastructure. So when you're deciding what costs are appropriate, I think it's very important to keep that in mind. If you want to go to the next slide, Patrick. So the wildfire life cycle, we like to think of this, it sounds like an impossible problem to get your head around. We like to simplify it from an accountant's point of view. What are we really doing here? You can go back one slide. Yep. Now I was going to say, if you asked an engineer or forestry management expert what wildfire life cycle looks like, you'd get a different answer. But Holly from Firescape, who I've never met or spoken to, had a very similar outline. So that's good that we're aligned. But how we like to think of it is, in order to have a fire, you have to have ignition. So in this case, we're talking about utility infrastructure, whether that's aging infrastructure, failing equipment, or down power lines. Something happened with the infrastructure that causes a spark. And that's the start of the fire. The second piece you need is fuel. So once you have a spark, if you have dry vegetation nearby, you can have an ignition, expanding wildfire, and that can really run away very quickly and burn acres and acres and damage infrastructure, threaten lives. So if you have an ignition and you have fuel and you have risk of wildfire, the third piece here is detection and communication. Whether a fire has started or you're seeing conditions that suggest you're at high risk, how do you detect that? And Ash will go through some of the tools we're seeing around detection. And then how do you communicate? The costs associated with getting in touch with your customers, state and local authorities, and potentially shutting off power. And the fourth item here on this slide is impact. So if you do have a fire or you do have to shut off power, what does that mean? What's the impact? How do you restore it? What are the costs associated with all those activities? So we break it down into these 4 buckets. It will make more sense as we go through this presentation. Each of these we think is somewhat discrete, although there is some overlap, and each of these might have different funding options depending on the type of behavior you want to incentivize and motivate. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ashley that will go through in a little more detail the types of activities we see for each of these.
Can you flip to the next slide?
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. This slide here, we have identified some common mitigation activities that address the components of the life cycle Jake just walked through. If you can see the first 3 or 4 outlined right here, help identify and prevent fires from starting. And then we have the next 2, particularly vegetation management, which helps control the fuel source. And then the last 2 there, which help with detection and communication once an event occurs. In the interest of time, I won't go through every one of these, but I will highlight a few of the most common ones. The first one being grid hardening and infrastructure upgrades. So some common examples include covered conductors, installing fire-resistant poles, and then on the more expensive side, we see undergrounding power lines. All activities which help reduce the risk of a spark occurring. Next, another common activity, inspection and maintenance programs. These programs are not necessarily new, but for fire mitigation purposes, we would typically see an expansion of these activities. So this would include more frequent inspections, probably targeted in high fire threat areas, and incorporating other faster methods of inspecting, such as using helicopters and drones to help identify high-risk areas. Similarly, I will jump to vegetation management. So again, trimming trees around power lines, it's not necessarily a new activity, but for mitigating wildfire risk, we are seeing utilities enhance and expand their programs in those areas, specifically by targeting the high fire threat areas and using other tools such as LiDAR, drones, and satellites. Next, we are seeing utilities use technology to develop situational awareness tools to help with detection. Some common examples that we've seen: in-house weather stations, detection cameras, and grid monitoring sensors. Last but not least, we have communication activities and emergency preparedness, which are very important for preparation and responding to events as they occur. This includes public outreach for PSPS events, partnerships with local agencies, and setting up community centers and critical facility protection programs. Like Jake was saying earlier, all of these mitigation activities are very important for reducing the risk of wildfires. But the reality is they are expensive. So ultimately, utilities will need to balance the risk with the cost to determine which mitigation activities will fit best with their organization. Since we're on the topic of cost, we will flip to the next slide, where I will briefly go over some of the funding options we have seen with other clients. So this chart has a lot of detail. I apologize to anyone with bad eyesight like myself. I'm going to quickly go over these 7 options here that we have presented, but I will hand it off to Jake to go into more detail on the top 3 funding options in the next slide. So options 1 and 2 at the top here, these are options that are faster and more flexible. The first one here, regulatory assets, riders, and trackers. They track costs in real time. However, costs are subject to a prudency review and are not guaranteed. Option 2, insurance. So wildfire costs are covered by insurance, and any premiums are covered through customer rates. This next bucket, the lighter blue, medium blue, options 3 and 4 provide more long-term stability. So option 3, wildfire bonds. Utilities will issue bonds which are backed by a customer charge that is spread over time. It smooths customer rate impacts, but adds a long-term ratepayer obligation. Or option 4, base rates. So incorporating wildfire mitigation activities into base rates. Anything that is capitalized will have an allowed rate of return. Options 5 and 6 in the darker blue, those options transfer the risk to other parties. So we have wildfire funds or cost sharing pools. Utilities will pay an annual fee to a state fund that helps cover liability claims. The intent is to cap exposure, but utilities still bear excess costs. Option 6, we have insurance-linked securities, where utilities issue bonds, which transfer the risk to investors. And last but not least, we have option 7, which includes federal and state grants, which grants are options that provide supplemental support to utilities. They ultimately reduce the customer burden, but they are competitive and they have limited funding. So now I will hand it off to Jake to go into more detail on the top 3 options we typically see.
Yeah. You could go to the next slide, Patrick. So we're not advocating for any particular funding mechanisms. What Ashley and I put together here is describing what we see most frequently. So the first category is what are regulatory assets or balancing accounts. In some states, there's different names in different areas. So I'll start with a balancing account. What that is, it's a bit of a hybrid between base rates and a regulatory asset. It recognizes through your general rate case that there is wildfire mitigation activity that has to happen. You make your best effort to forecast what that is, but there is a recognition that there's uncertainty and that the scope may change. And you don't want to handcuff your utilities and not have them mitigate risk as it emerges. So the balancing account allows them to overspend subject to a prudence review. So you may say you have we all think it's going to cost $100. That's what you're collecting in rates right now. It may actually cost $150 because the landscape changed, infrastructure changed, the network changed, and the utility can address those risks real time, spend the money. They have a recovery mechanism, but it's far from a blank check, as Ashley and I have spent the last 5 years demonstrating. There's a lot of rigor over what's appropriate and what is truly incremental to those base rate funds. The next item here is a regulatory asset, and that is really taking all the costs out of base rates or general rate case and saying all of these activities, we're going to track them and record them separately, and we're going to assess recovery separately in the future. It's similar, it goes to the prudence review. Commissioner McConnell, to your earlier question, how do you know if it works? That's part of what we test for in these prudence reviews. Was it in a high fire risk area? Was it described in your wildfire mitigation plan? What did your wildfire mitigation plan say about it? Why did it have to be done? You know, do those justifications you outlined at the time you filed that still make sense based on the reality of what we're seeing when we test these costs? So nothing's perfect, but getting at your question around, you know, accountability and how do we know if it's working? There are methods to do that and have accountability for utility ratepayers, regulators, and other stakeholders. So that's a summary of the 2 funding mechanisms we see outside or quasi outside of base rates. The next one will move into base rates. So that would be funding this through your general rate case. If everyone thinks they have a good sense of what needs to happen and they can project those costs, you could put those through base rates. It gives predictability to the utility, to the customers, to the regulators. Now, if you think back 2 slides, what Ashley was talking about with some of the activities, grid hardening and infrastructure upgrades, inspections, vegetation management. All of those sound like activities already funded in some capacity through base rates. So the real trick here, and where Ashley and I spend a lot of our time, is coming up with a method to demonstrate and measure what is incremental. So how much system hardening and infrastructure upgrades are already covered in base rates? How much are going to be recording these regulatory assets or balancing accounts? How much veg management is covered in base rates? What additional veg management happened because of wildfire mitigation activities? It's very important to have some of those protocols in place and come up with ways to measure what is truly incremental, because you don't want utilities double dipping, picking up extra earnings. But on the flip side, you don't want them not mitigating risk because of cost restraints. There needs to be some kind of flexibility so that they can address risk real time. At least that's what we've seen in other jurisdictions. The third category, which is emerging for investor-owned utilities, it's existed for a while for municipal and co-ops, is federal and state grants. So the IIJA, there are GRIP grants from the Department of Energy, and also FEMA for certain restoration efforts that have been very well utilized related to hurricanes by some utilities, Long Island Power Authority in particular. If you want an example of a good program to get federal funds, LIPA is a good place to start and look. And there are also, Ashley and I aren't experts on this, but there are also some state programs to provide funding in New Mexico. The good thing about these programs is they are money that isn't funded by customers. So you can get these mitigation activities without increasing rates to the extent it's funded by state or federal grants. That helps with the affordability issues. The downside is there is a lot of reporting requirements and justifications, and you'll have to, prove you really need this. And those can be cumbersome for some of your smaller municipals or co-ops. So, once you get these grants, there's accountability you're subject to, which is a good thing. It's appropriate. But for smaller organizations, that can be quite burdensome. And you don't want to be in a situation where there's a clawback of funding you thought you were counting on when you were, projecting customer rates. So again, those are three common mechanisms Ashley and I see. We're not advocating for anything in particular, but that's what we've seen roll out to help address these risks, and in some cases address them very quickly. So with that, I'll turn over to Ashley for the last slide, talking about some legislation and other considerations.
Yep. Thank you, Jake. Jake mentioned it earlier, but this slide right here, we have identified some legislative trends and other considerations just as to help share best practices. The first one being wildfire mitigation plans. So we see several states in the West require wildfire mitigation plans to be filed annually with state commissions. These plans push utilities to proactively strategize on how they will best prevent and respond to wildfires. The chart at the bottom, you can see which ones are required, which ones have failed, and which ones are voluntary, which states. Another consideration is developing a framework for determining who pays when a utility's equipment causes a wildfire. And similarly, develop wildfire-specific reasonableness standards. The purpose of that is to protect customers for utility mismanagement while also allowing recovery of necessary and prudent costs. And last, several states have modified or reduced the magnitude of damages allowed under standard tort remedies, specifically for wildfire costs. In the map on the bottom right, you will see the states in dark blue have limited damages based on certain conditions and plaintiff types. The green and purple states have limited damages if the utility has a wildfire mitigation plan in place.
All right. And I promised Mac we would keep it to 25 minutes, so we're about at time. That's it for our prepared slides. In summary, what Ashley and I said at the beginning, hopefully that's resonating. These are big, complicated programs, and they are very expensive. So it is more of an art than a science to strike the right balance of hitting affordability targets and mitigating wildfire risk. So with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Jake, and for that presentation. I don't know if you guys were on this morning, but we also had a list of things that maybe we should think about from the utilities. And so I've been sitting here trying to build a list of things that ought to go in legislation. And I mean, one observation was the bill that failed. What's not to like about that? For me, if we're going to get into liability limits, that's going to be a tough row to hoe. So let's make the juice worth the squeeze and go more comprehensive with legislation. So that's what's got me sitting here trying to make a list of, from what we've heard today, what are the kind of things that ought to be in a big bill. So I kind of, with that wind up, I got two questions really for you. The list from your slides, we've got securitization, wildfire funds, damage limitations, which I also make equal to what the utilities were calling liability caps.
Yeah,
maybe those aren't exactly the same things. But then from the utility list, they had, the caps, the funds, but something that you don't address on your slides is self-insurance or the captive, which I think is a form of self-insurance. So is that something that in your experience requires legislation or is helpful to be included in legislation, or is that more of a PRC thing?
It can be either. We have seen that. Generally, Ashley and I, or I guess my point of view is it's not all that different from insurance. To have a properly funded captive is going to be pretty expensive. Now there's been some, I think, discussion of how could you merge that rather than have individual captive for individual utilities. But the concept isn't going to change. The pros are still going to be the pros. It's going to spread financial risk, provide some security and protection, both for utility and customers. The cons is it's going to be expensive. So if you have a captive that's not properly funded and something happens, it's not going to provide that much protection. If you have a captive that is properly funded, it's going to cost a lot. And then who pays for that? We didn't address that specifically in our slide, but we are seeing that, Commissioner O'Connell, and it's not without some things to figure out both on the cost side and the coverage side.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And because the reason I was asking that one is fully funded captive, maybe that's a use for securitization. So that links those two together. And then, like Excel in Colorado, I think securitize their whole plan. So there's but again, that's going to require legislation, as you pointed out. And then the other one's more kind of a philosophical question. If you go back to your slide 4, this observation that fires are going to happen. Utilities definitely need to work to not be the reason fires happen, but they're going to happen. And it kind of goes back to more a San Miguel question is, yes, addressing the financial status of the utility in this fire context is something that I think society needs. But then what do you do about the fact that you still have to rebuild your utility system after the fire burns it down? And in case sort of more of San Miguel and other communities around New Mexico, maybe you lose your customer base because they can't insure building back their new home. So you've got a utility system needs to get rebuilt. You don't have the revenue because customers aren't there. So then what? should this be legislation we'd be talking about, instead of thinking utilities, think bigger, and that means orders of magnitude more money probably of what would be asked of the legislature. So again, philosophical question, if you got some thoughts on it, I'd love to hear them. If not, you can tell me you're wrong.
Accountants are particularly bad at answering philosophical questions, but my thoughts on that topic is it really comes down to scale, and we're not advocating that everything has to be a large IOU, but institutions with a large rate base and large access to capital are going to be more resilient against those kind of incidents. And you can see ones that have survived pretty large incidents. My concern with what you're talking about is really the smaller IOUs and municipals and co-ops, that they don't have that same rate base. So if if you have $10 billion in rate base and you lose a couple $100 million in one community, you're gonna be okay despite the devastating impacts of that community. For smaller institutions, that could be catastrophic, and then there are no good options at that point. So I think it's a question of scale, and then coming up with some kind of reasonable backstops for those more vulnerable entities. So I don't think that's a direct answer to your question. We're certainly not advocating everything has to be a big IOU, but it provides a little extra protection. So.
No, I appreciate that. You actually were helpful. That the community you're talking about matters too. How resilient is the base before it got burned down, I guess is
right.
I paraphrase what I heard you say.
Yeah, and if you look to some of the big municipals, they're pretty resilient too. And the benefit there, at least historically, only they had access to these federal funds. That's changed with IIJA and the GRIP grants, but that has been a very important backstop for some of these smaller entities, that they could get funds to rebuild. And you'll see it. I can give you some examples. You got really substantial and meaningful support from the federal and state governments. So it depends on the entity and having a plan specific to their infrastructure, their footprint, and their risk.
Thank you.
Jake and Ashley, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have public comment. I'll check in the room first, and then Mr. Rodriguez, I'll check with you to see if there's any public comment online. Is there anybody in the room wishing to provide public comment? Yeah. We have nobody here in the room. Patrick, do we have anybody online?
Mr. Chair, we don't have anyone for public comment online.
Okay. And so, second and last item here on our agenda, the last one is adjournment. So the second to last is discussion of next steps and closing remarks. So this is the third workshop that we've had in this series, and I know that we have one more scheduled. And the thing for us to think about is, what do we want? What should we do moving forward? So we've had really good conversation. I've learned a lot, and I also think these workshops have been helpful to make sure that we're communicating and collaborating. A lot of the information that has been presented, we have a lot of experts in the room, and so I'm sure you've heard it numerous times and you know it. And I think it's important to make sure that we're all starting from the same place and are on the same page. And so I think for me, that'll be the big thing for the next workshop is figuring out what we should do moving forward. You know, I had some questions today for the co-ops about whether rules for them would be helpful or if they're burdensome. It seems to me that if there's legislation that is going to have a liability and the commission is going to approve some kind of plan, then I would want to know what that plan has to have. And so that's the kind of information that I think would be helpful in terms of like minimum requirements. And we've also heard from utilities that have wildfire mitigation plans and they have plans not just for this state, but in Texas, or have affiliates that have plans in other states. And so there's a lot of expertise that we can borrow from. And so I think for me, that's what I would like to be the focus of the last workshop. Commissioners, to see if you have any comments or reactions, other ideas.
I think that idea of let's collect what we've learned and see what others have learned and try to put a pin in it is a great idea. I also think that's not the end of it. Again, the Senate Memorial 2 group is very productive. I think the longer term, I really believe New Mexico needs legislation to help the Public Regulation Commission understand how New Mexico should share money that gets collected through utility bills versus public money that comes from other sources. Also, you know, as we know, in November, NARUC will be run by Ann Rendall, commissioner from Washington State, and this is one of her very passionate items. Among Western commissioners, we've been kind of frustrated that it's been hard to get the rest of the country to recognize, hey, this is a problem and you've got it too. But in the concept of dealing with just the utility and then dealing with the community that the utility serves, that's probably maybe even more of a national question than even just New Mexico question. So anyway, there's hope on the horizon. One of the things I think has been super valuable of these workshops is when I reflect on where we were at 2 years ago versus where we are now, we're in much better shape to make contributions to that conversation. That again, I think the next big thing for New Mexico will be legislation. It's September, short session. Don't know if we're talking about this session or probably more likely the session after the next session. Don't want to have to deal with what happens if bad luck occurs and something happens between now and 18 months from now, but that's where we're at. But where we're at is so much better than where we were. So finish with appreciation for everybody who's participated, for yourself, for leading these, for MacLee, for all the work you're doing and developing yourself as a state and regional expert on regulatory issues surrounding wildfire. So anyway, that's where I'm at the moment.
I agree with those comments and then I would just add, we were asked by Morris San Miguel Co-op to maybe craft a letter to DFA. I don't know if it's appropriate to take that up now or later, but it seems to me that it would probably be positive if we just ask DFA to try to free up those funds as soon as possible to get them where they're needed so that they can do the cleanup that they're engaged in now. And maybe we'd either recommend that our chief of staff do that in the upcoming week, or we could take it up tomorrow and do the same thing tomorrow. But that was one thing that was asked for immediate action that we've not talked about. But I would certainly be in favor of having a letter go out from the PRC that would ask DFA to try to expedite that.
Yeah, and my thought on that was, and I think you said it was to ask our chief of staff to reach out to DFA on that issue. I don't know that required, I mean, I think if it's a letter from the commission, that also is a good idea, but I don't think it requires an action from us. And so part of what we were talking about earlier, and Commissioner O'Connell, you kind of hit on this, was when you were asking questions about how far along are you in discussions with legislators on the law. And there, just to kind of refocus us, there are issues that are appropriate for this commission to undertake, and then there are other issues that perhaps we can support, maybe through our staff, or be updated on, but they're not necessarily our responsibility or within our authority. And so I think that's, and then there are other things that are happening with like the Senate Memorial 2. And so that's maybe what I would ask Mackley to help on as well, is to help focus us so that we are not duplicating efforts, not getting in the way, but really focusing on the responsibilities that are appropriate for us as a commission to undertake. And I think that probably is the best way to approach this, so that we're supportive and, not creating rules just to create rules and to create more burden, but to make sure that we're on the same page, that we're headed in the right direction. So and so, that's a little vague and abstract right now, but I'm happy to get together, and if you have specific ideas that you'd like to share, you can share those with Mackley. You know how to reach him. Okay. Any last words from commissioners or anybody else? Terminal? No. Okay, well,
See you tomorrow.
work on your work on your defensible space between now and the next workshop. So and we're adjourned.